high insurance, it's expensive to own a car. What you're saying is, under this proposal, essentially the state of Connecticut will subsidize this. So it's like what used to be when we paid our state income taxes, they could come off of our federal income tax bill. So we were paying it, but we were getting a credit for it from the feds. That's like what you're saying now. That's your proposal, right?
That's one part of this proposal.
Okay.
This is a very expansive proposal. This even talks about affordability for healthcare, and we've been pushing for association healthcare plans where you could get multiple groups of business, or you belong to a, electrical contractor association or a, legal association in your small law firm. You guys could buy insurance in a pool and reduce the cost. You'll have buying power. That's in here as well. So it is a very comprehensive plan to bring relief to Connecticut residents.
So let me ask you this. In terms of that, since you raise health insurance, Sean Scanlon, our comptroller, has been advocating that people should be able to opt into a public option if they're a small business owner for that very reason, so that small business owners could take advantage of the group rates. Are you advocating for that as well?
So it's funny. I had a great conversation with Sean Scanlon yesterday about this. And the public option, there's issues with the public option. And I think if you were to speak to him now, he called it a hybrid. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but it's a hybrid of a public option as well as the organizations pulling together. There's challenges with Connecticut residents buying the health plans that the Connecticut employees get. There's complication and challenges, and it's extremely expensive, and we would not be able to subsidize that cost. And I think if you were to talk to him now, I think that there's a combination of ways to attack it, and it's not essentially what he was originally talked about from my conversation that I had with him just yesterday. But we do need to do something to bring down the cost of insurance for our small business owners.
We definitely do. It seems inherently unfair, State Senator Paul Ciccarella, that if you work for a small business that you should have to pay such a higher premium that often you choose not to get health insurance at all. And you're a hardworking person. It's so unfair.
Yes, there's a lot of challenges when it comes to insurance and the cost. I think it was 3 or 4 years ago, we put forward a very comprehensive plan that had the association healthcare plans. It had prescription reform. There are a lot of middlemen that are making money on this process. I don't know if anyone's ever noticed, if you went to the doctor and said, hey, I don't have insurance, what do I pay cash? It's less than what you see the insurance company getting billed. There is a problem here. There's a lot of people that are getting paid besides just the person performing the service or just the pharmacy or pharmaceutical company making these drugs. There's a lot of middlemen there, and it's creating a very, very high cost. And we see it across the board. We were talking to one of the mayors in my towns, first elected in my towns, and they were talking about the budget coming up, and even the insurance for the towns are going up. So it's not just the buying power of an association healthcare plan. It's really addressing the high cost and why is it so high? And that's, I guess, more of a hybrid plan, as I was discussing when I
and of course you can go down and you go down the rabbit hole, State Senator Paul Ciccarella, because the rabbit hole is the insurance companies will say, well, of course it's high. Have you seen what healthcare costs lately? And then you talk about the mergers and the fact that we only have a few hospital systems left in Connecticut. And we know that 5 years out after a merger, the prices rise. They tell you that they want to merge in order to make it more cost efficient and make it cheaper for people. But we know that they become more monopolistic in their areas and prices rise. This is true. This is just statistically true. So healthcare is very expensive. And it's harder to get an appointment. Yes, and it's harder to get an appointment. Go figure. That's right.
Right. Less service, more money. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. So just going back to this $1.5 billion project proposal, are you opposing the governor's one-time rebate of $200 a person for this budget? Will you be opposing this?
I do not agree entirely with his budget. There are things that I like. We just spoke about them briefly, but we need to do more. $200 in a one-time payout is not relief. In my opinion, it's a slap in the face. We've been taking their money just on the utility bills alone. Forget about all the other areas that we talked about. We've been taking this money for years, and we're going to say, hey, here's $200 back of your money. That doesn't make sense to me. So, no, I don't like that. I think we need to do something meaningful, and this is one of the proposals that we have. We have another proposal about accountability and transparency, and I think that will create even more savings to the taxpayers, because we see, if we look at our budget, there's big, large chunks of money that gets doled out with no oversight that are supposed to be providing services and programs for our residents, and some of them aren't being utilized. Some of them just don't do a good job. Others do a great job. We need to reallocate the money to the ones that are doing a good job, that are providing these needed services. And where that waste is, we need to cut that out. There is a lot of, well-connected people, if you will, or organizations. We get a large sum of money for, let's say, a food pantry, and we see that a lot of the money go towards a consultant, or let's study how we can get to the food to the people, and half the money goes to administrative costs when they should just buy food.
I hear you.
We need to cut that out.
Right. We're chatting with State Senator Paul Ciccarella. Senator Ciccarella, what towns do you represent?
I represent East Haven, North Haven, Wallingford, Durham, and North Brantford.
That's such a nice group of towns. And according to this proposal, the first $10,000 earned by singles will not be taxed by the state of Connecticut, and the first $20,000 earned by couples would have no tax applied to it, and the 4.5% rate would be reduced to 3%, saving taxpayers roughly, according to caucus officials, $975 million a year. So we do have a progressive tax, but what you're saying is if you're on the low end of it, you're going to get a real tax savings. Your tax burden will be, alleviated somewhat. That's the purpose, right?
Yes, and listen, we have to be realistic. We've been doing this for 40 years, going in the wrong direction, and we can't snap our fingers and make it affordable overnight. We realize even this isn't enough, but it can't change overnight. I have people that make $200,000 a year, families. Maybe a police officer and a teacher that really don't get much relief. They make a little bit too much money, but they can't make ends meet. They have their student loans. They have their child care, their mortgage. These are the people that are really suffering, and that's why this needs to continue. And we need to continue to work on bringing down the cost and shrinking the size of government and wasting the taxpayer dollars on programs that just don't work.
Don't you think that the initiative, though, for child care is really compelling in terms of making Connecticut more affordable? I mean, personally, I applaud it. I think it puts Connecticut in line with being competitive in terms of young families, because childcare, the thing about childcare that's so awful about the cost is that it really forces, it's not just the cost in a vacuum, Senator Ciccarella, it forces one of the parents to have to stay home if they can't pay the cost. So you lose the benefit of a worker and a worker's commitment to their own career. And also, you're not really necessarily providing a child with the best early childhood education.
And I agree. And I support that. I've supported legislation. But we have to find a way to fund that. And we have to. We proposed in our budget last year, the House Republicans put this forward, but it was double funding ECS and fully funding special education, which puts a huge burden on our towns. But we've also talked about how critical and important early childhood development is. And we should be getting the kids into school earlier and finding a way to help these parents so they can go to work. And to your point, it will have a trickle effect to a positive net gain to the economy and help people. I think that's something that is vital. I agree.
Before I let you go, we're chatting with State Senator Paul Ciccarella. You might already say to me, I can already hear you saying, well, Lisa, that's a drop in the bucket. We're talking big picture here. But yesterday, we were talking on the show, maybe it was Monday, about the top 50 earners. You must have seen this. The top 50 earners on the state dole for earners. And the numbers really don't do justice. It's like the top 10 represents, or the top 5 represents like 80% of the top 50, if you know what I mean. And a lot of that went to coaches. And we had a conversation on our radio show with callers about whether that was a wise way for the taxpayers to be spending so much money. I wonder how you feel about this. Is it a wise way for the taxpayers to spend so much on basketball coaches at UConn? What do you think?
It depends how you look at it. If we didn't pay that, then these coaches would go to a state that did pay that, and then we wouldn't be competitive. And when we talk about that, because it's a lot of money and it raised concerns, but the money that's brought in from these programs and the amount of people that come into Hartford for the UConn games, it stimulates the economy. I think it's excessive personally, but, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of taxpayer money that goes to these programs. And I see the argument that it brings economic growth. I just don't know if it's worth the investment. I don't know if we're getting enough back. So it's a challenging question, but it's not a drop in the bucket, but it's something to look at. We really need to be looking at all of these areas. There are people that make $500,000-$600,000 a year. What exactly are they doing? What service are they actually providing for our taxpayers? Those top 200K rates. What are we getting for that? I know we're looking at that top big number, and there's an argument to say it's going to bring in revenue. But what about all those other large salaries? What are we getting for that? That's what we need to look at.
State Senator Paul Ciccarella, thank you so much for coming on the show. Thanks for, in a state that is really dominated by one political party, I think it's really important that people recognize that there are people with ideas that are bringing fresh ideas to the table so that there's a lot of input and collaboration about what we should be doing to help all of us in Connecticut. And I really appreciate you coming on the show to discuss this today. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
State Senator Paul Ciccarella talking about the new proposals from the Republican caucus that will be part of the legislative conversation this session on the Lisa Wexler Show.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A sunny sky this afternoon, milder with a high near 40. Partly cloudy this evening and tonight with a low in the low 20s. Tomorrow sunny and cooler with a high in the mid 30s and windy in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's February 11th. On this day in 2012, Whitney Houston died in a hotel bathtub in Beverly Hills.
Music legend Whitney Houston's death has been ruled an accidental drowning from heart disease and cocaine use.
Yes, I'm saving all my love. Yes, I'm saving all my love for you.
Today is the birthday of Peter Benchley, the author of Jaws.
That's a 20-footer. 25. 3 tons on them.
In 1988, the average price of a home in Fairfield County was approximately $215,000. February 11th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. Live and local news all day. WICC 695.9. The Voice of Connecticut. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Stacey Lynn. The FAA has lifted flight restrictions over El Paso, Texas. And CBS's Cammie McCormick has more on what led authorities to briefly close the airspace.
Multiple sources tell CBS News the closure stemmed from disagreements between the FAA and the Pentagon over drone-related tests. The Pentagon had been testing technology at Fort Bliss by the airport that uses a high-energy laser. It was used earlier this week to shoot down what turned out to be a party balloon. But there were differences over whether the tests met safety requirements. The FAA administrator closed the airspace without alerting the White House, Pentagon, or Homeland Security officials until safety issues could be resolved.
Things are heated on Capitol Hill, where a House committee is grilling Attorney General Pam Bondi about several topics, including the Epstein files. Several victims are there, and Representative Pramila Jayapal asked Bondi.
I wish that you would turn around to the survivors who are standing right behind you and on a human level.
Chairman, Chair now recognizes the chair.
And what you have done.
Time is the gentlelady expired. The gentlelady, you have no time to yield back. We appreciate that. We appreciate the thought.
A federal grand jury has declined to indict 6 Democratic lawmakers who urged military members to defy unlawful orders. Arizona Senator Mark Kelly said this was a failed attempt to criminalize political speech.
They tried to have us charged and thrown into jail because we said something that they didn't like.
At the White House, Linda Kenyon tells us the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu are still in a private meeting.
The closed-door meeting was billed as a discussion about Iran, following a warning from Prime Minister Netanyahu that Iran was taking steps to rebuild its nuclear program. This meeting comes as President Trump has already sent military warships to the region and has signaled he will send more if Iran continues on its present path. In addition, the Prime Minister signed an agreement to join the President's Board of Peace, which is supposed to help rebuild post-war Gaza.
The jobs market was stronger than expected in January. The Labor Department says the unemployment rate fell to 4.3% as employers added 130,000 jobs last month. Good news, says Bank of America's Joseph Quinlan.
Good job growth, a lot of demand. So this is a very good story for the underlying economy heading deeper into 2026.
But despite the good jobs report out today, stocks have been unstable. The Dow right now is down 115 points. And this just in, another gold medal for Team USA. Speed skater Jordan Stoltz won the 1,000 meters. This is CBS News.
Real crimes, real justice. Follow and listen to 48 Hours on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Bridgeport Board of Education is seeking a $106 million increase in their budget for the 2026-2027 school year. At the board meeting last night, members decided to increase the proposed budget to bring back staffing and programming that the district had eliminated in years prior. Interim Superintendent Dr. Royce Avery had initially proposed a $338.5 million budget, but board members voted at the meeting Tuesday to increase it to about $400 million. Avery said he, quote, knows they're asking for a lot. According to a post in Hearst Media, City Finance Director Ken Flato said in a statement that, quote, the city has never before received an annual budget request for such an extraordinarily large proposed increase in funding. And for a third straight day, An elementary school in Oxford was closed. Power interruptions over the weekend caused frozen pipes, which affected the heating system at the Quaker Farms school. Classes will resume tomorrow with a 3-hour delay and no morning pre-K. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction between exits 4 and 5. Parkway, you have it on both sides between exits 10 and 14. 91 southbound construction, exit 12 down to exit 8. Take it out at least the left lane. On Route 8 northbound construction from exit 9 up to exit 12A. Stay left to get through. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight with a low in the low 20s. Tomorrow is sunny and windy with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So I'll open the big program today with this simple question that we can apply to a lot of different areas in life. You can just rattle them off in your brain, but it's a simple question I want to put out there. And I'm not doing this with any sort of ill will toward people who educate our kids. I have the utmost respect for school superintendents, school administrators, teachers. I don't think I could be a teacher. I always thought about giving it a run, but I'm not maybe that kind of a guy. I don't know. But when it comes to school funding, when is enough enough? And we seem to hear, and Chris just did that story about the Bridgeport Board of Ed asking for an incredible amount of money. And listen, I'm not in the negotiations there. I have no idea what their budget requests are. Neither have I ever served on a school board or a teachers union. I'm just looking at this as, the dopey guy in the corner here who gets paid to flap his gums. But I think sometimes I try to ask questions, kind of the questions that regular people would ask. And I went through, and we have a bunch of stuff coming up on the show today. 3 great guests. We'll keep you updated on the Nancy Guthrie case, in case you didn't hear. They had a person of interest, but he was let go. So more on that coming up top and bottom of every hour. But I look at what I want to talk about today and what I think may be important to you folks. And I see this headline. It's in the Hearst papers. I'm looking at it on the side of the Stamford Advocate. And in quotes, it says, a train wreck for public education. Connecticut leaders warn Lamont budget leaves schools short. Okay. I understand. I tend to follow what goes on in my local town. And I covered this once when I was a news reporter out there sticking a microphone in people's faces. So, the days are fond to me on this. But is it just me? Yes, it is, Paul. Well, no, give me a chance here. Is it just me, or do we get this Armageddon, the sky is falling, the world is ending story every year about funding education? I know education is important. I get that. We don't want to crank out carloads of dullards out of our schools. All right, I understand that. But every year, we don't have enough money. We don't have enough money. To which I ask, with all due respect to people who teach, to people who are paraprofessionals, to people who serve on school boards, to people who serve on boards of education, whatever, finance committees, when is enough enough? In other words, I sit here and I say, again, is it just say, hey, we don't have enough? Let's go to the ATM again and again and again and again and again. And I understand education people who educate our kids, staff members, all of that. I understand there are pressures here. But aren't there pressures on every other department, state department, city or town department? And you wonder why, if you know any people in the real estate business that I do, like I do, and they say, geez, I almost had a sale in that town again last week, but I couldn't because the property taxes are too high. Well, what's the main contributor to the property taxes? It's cost of the school system. And again, I get it. Public education is a cornerstone of the U.S. But when is enough enough? Well, we don't have enough money. You know what? Figure it out. Because you know who doesn't have enough money? Police departments, fire departments, EMT, municipal workers, commercial businesses, small business people. Lots of people don't have enough money. And I'm reading this story here by Natasha Sokoloff in the Stanford Advocate. You have people, we spend about $25,000 to $26,000 a year in this state. We are among annually the top 3, 4, or 5 states spending money on education. And yet every year it's we need more and more and more and more. Why is that? Is it that just these contracts cause everybody to make more money? I understand that. Everybody wants to make more money. Is special education expensive? Sure as hell is. I know people that have dealt with that for their kids up front. But when is enough enough? And the state keeps saying, well, you know, we've got to amend the education cost sharing grant. Well, you've been saying that for over the past 10 years, and you've done squat. You've done nothing. All you do is you treat taxpayers like ATMs. Oh, we need more money. Why is that? Well, you know, there are raises coming up in the teachers' unions and all this. And again, I'm not trying to disparage anybody. I'm really not. But it gets to a point where how much more can taxpayers take? A friend of mine is a real estate agent, and she told me, one of the worst towns right now is Hamden. You have, for example, property owners in Hamden that are having to drop the price. She told me this, having to drop prices on houses $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 because the property taxes are so high. And what drives property taxes? School spending. And we already spend upwards of $25,000 to $26,000 a year in this state, on average, educating students. When is enough enough? You can't just keep going to the spigot. You can't. Like I said, in this state, we talk about how smart we are, and then we bitch and moan about stuff, and we never figure it out. I'm not saying it's easy. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So you tell me, and I'd love to hear if you're from the education community. I'm not bashing you. I'm really not. But we better figure this out. Because you've got property taxes everywhere. Fairfield County, New Haven County, Tolland, Windham, Hartford counties. This is ridiculous. It's killing people. And yet the education people say, no, not enough. I need more. Are you serious? You know, my father used to say, hey, kid, it doesn't grow on trees. He was right. So you tell me, and I understand maybe you don't want to come on the radio because You may be on a board of education. You may be a teacher. You may be a paraprofessional. I'd love for you to come on the radio, but if you want to text me, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. They're calling the Lamont budget, and the governor is not cutting education. He's keeping it flat. A train wreck. Really? 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 Keeping a budget flat is a train wreck? You're kidding. You're kidding.
You listen to WICC for your favorite talk, but you also want to know what's happening around your neighborhood. We've heard you, and now you're getting more news on the Voice of Connecticut. Live and local news updates at the top and bottom of every hour. If it's happening in and around Fairfield County, we'll let you know about it first. All day, every day, even weekends too. The Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Welcome to Willie's Wings, home of the secret sauce.
I'll take a dozen wings. Oh, by the way, I love that sauce. What's in it?
Can't tell you.
Why not?
It's a secret.
While many financial advisors claim to have the secret sauce, they don't. In fact, if their sauce is so good, why are they keeping it a secret? Steve All of the All Financial Group doesn't keep anything a secret. He knows there's much more to retirement planning than stocks, bonds, and mutual funds. He'll develop a strategy designed specifically for you. It's your own secret sauce for retirement. Call Steve today at 636-230-8824 for your personal portfolio x-ray. Call 636-230-8824 or online at yourmoneymattersstl.com.
Fine, you want to know what's in the sauce?
Absolutely.
Tablespoon of paprika.
Really?
Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. By contacting us, you may be provided with information about insurance, including annuities, licensed in Connecticut.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Hey y'all, it's your boy Gary LaVox of Rascal Flats, and it's true, we are hitting the road one more time next year, and I love traveling through Connecticut. I'm looking so forward to our show coming up in Uncasville. There are so many amazing folks there, like my friend Jonathan Carbeauty of Carbeauty and Company Realtors. If you're thinking about selling your home, you need to talk to John and his team. And hey, you can find out what your home is worth in less than 30 seconds. Just go to Carbeauty and Company Realtors website and click What's My Home Worth? It's free, it's easy, and we'll get you moving on. When you need an agent you can trust, and we'll give you the most selling options, that's Jonathan Carbeauty and Carbeauty and Company Realtors. And remember,
sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
So in total, how much would you say you lost in this scam?
I would say over $1 million. I worked really hard my whole life, and I wanted someone to share it with. I thought he really did love me, but he scammed me. It's not just the money. You almost lose a part of yourself.
Every year, older Americans lose hundreds of millions of dollars to romance scams just like this. I'm Connecticut Attorney General William Tong. With AARP, we're working hard to stop these scams before they start.
Visit aarp.org/fraudwatchnetwork.
Proper outdoor lighting provides safety and security. Call Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting for your home or business's outdoor lighting. PPC alarms can replace almost any exterior light with state-of-the-art camera floodlights. PPC Alarms camera floodlights provide safety and security detecting objects, such as people, animals, or vehicles. Camera floodlights are highly effective and a simple safety addition to any home or business. Go to ppcalarms.com to book a free consultation. ppcalarms.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction between exits 4 and 5. Parkway, you have it on both sides between exits 10 and 14. 91 southbound construction, exit 12 down to exit 8, taking out at least the left lane. On Route 8 northbound construction from exit 9 up to exit 12A. Stay left to get through. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 20s. Tomorrow, sunny and windy with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The news and talk leader for Fairfield County for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Hey, how are you? Welcome back here. Great to be hanging with you on this midweek Wednesday. 203-333 9422-333-WICC. And I'd love to hear from educators, from professionals, if you want to come on the radio, or you can text me here. This is part of I'm not directing this at educators. I'm not directing this at school officials. I'm really not. God bless you, teachers and folks. I get it. But when I see headlines like this, it drives me nuts as a taxpayer. They're calling it a train wreck for public education, that the governor is leaving the federal, the state level education handouts, the education cost sharing stuff flat, and then the towns and cities have to make it up. Okay, I get that. But what does that tell you about how things are running? If just a budget that is flat, not like he's done massive cuts here, but we're referring now to flat budgeting as a train wreck? Come on. I'm telling you, and I don't know what to do here. But again, and people, and I've had guests on this show numerous times saying, well, the first thing we have to do is change the education cost sharing fund or grants, and we never do it. So again, are we ever going to fix this or not? Or are people about to say, homeowners saying, hey, enough is enough. I can't afford any more property taxes. How do we fix this? Go to Elda in Newtown to start us off today. Elda, hi, you're on WICC. How are you?
Good, thank you, and you?
I'm good. What do you think of this?
Well, I can't speak as far as how the state does the financing and assisting towns with their education, but what I can speak to in generalities is when you're comparing Connecticut to other states of the union, yes, we invest a lot of money in our public education, but that's also reflected in the quality.
Okay.
My nephew's wife graduated from UNC, obviously a very good school, and had several friends who graduated with teaching degrees down, and they're working in North Carolina, South Carolina. Those educators are earning on average $20,000 to $25,000 a year. That's kind of hard to live on when you have at least a bachelor's degree, if not an advanced degree. Secondly, a lot of our many of the teachers here in Connecticut have to have their advanced degrees versus if you compare it to other states. So something to keep in mind when discussing all of this is you also get what you pay for. Nobody likes high taxes, but it's also the quality of the education, that you're getting because you are paying more. Both my children were special education students. And I got to say, yes, it definitely was not cheap, and we were very fortunate that our town covered those costs. But my daughter now, who has Asperger's, is successfully working full-time. She has her own insurance, her own phone plan. She is completely independent and not on any state assistance.
Yeah, I mean, Elda, it's not... And I know you understand this. I just want people who understand, who may be just tuning in here. I'm not discrediting anybody who's a good educator or the outcomes here. But in anything where every year people are asked to pay more and more and more, it's tough. And my tendency here is to ask, when do we get to a point? And if you know anybody in real estate, Elda, ask them. I mean, I'm friends of mine that are brokers who are losing sales because the property taxes are so high. I don't know what we do. I've always looked, do we increase the state sales tax? I mean, I don't know, but to me, I just don't see this ending. And that's the problem.
What would be interesting, I know in Newtown, we have our town budget is voted on by referendum. and they have. It's of one vote, but they do split up the education budget versus the town budget.
Yeah.
And people definitely get very involved.
Yeah.
And speak. So it would be kind of interesting if maybe other communities, it'd be a lot of work for them to adopt that type of thing. But by the same token, it may also create greater awareness that you can see now, okay, now I see why I'm paying X amount of dollars because it's going to this. And they will actually have the line-by-line budget so you can see exactly what they're asking for and why they're asking for it.
What they say, sunshine is the best illumination on anything. Elda, thank you. Appreciate the call there. Elda in Newtown. Yeah, I mean, folks, it's just talk to anybody you know who may be in the real estate business and ask them, hey, are you losing sales, or is the deal breaker or deal maker here the property taxes here? And a lot of times if it is, listen, it goes to pay school resources, and I have nothing against that. But when we are referring to a flat budget in a state that's already top 5 in spending on students, when people are referring to that as a train wreck, we've got a big problem.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction between exits 4 and 5. Parkway, you have it on both sides between exits 10 and 14. 91 southbound construction, exit 12 down to exit 8, taking out at least the left lane. On Route 8 northbound construction from exit 9 up to exit 12A. Stay left to get through. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight with a low in the low 20s. Tomorrow is sunny and windy with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
For 50 years, Wheat Pantry in West Haven has been providing food, personal care items, advocacy, and support to those in our community suffering from food insecurity.
We are proud to say they are this month's Connoisseur Cares local charity.
Every month, we'll highlight and support one of Connecticut's great charitable organizations.
Wheat Inc. exists on community support from donations of funds and food. Wheat is always in need of food, and the items needed vary from month to month. Get involved at wheatpantry.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News brief. After a shutdown that lasted several hours, the FAA has now reopened the airport and airspace in El Paso, Texas. CBS's Mogo Adigwe.
We're learning that this closure stemmed from disagreements between the Federal Aviation Administration and Pentagon officials over drone-related tests.
Drones said to be run by Mexican cartels. On Capitol Hill, Maryland's Jamie Raskin led Democrats on a committee blasting Attorney General Bondi for her handling of the Jeffrey Epstein investigation.
Abandoning victims and coddling perpetrators is what you do best.
Prime Minister Mark Carney says there will be a full investigation into a mass shooting at a school and nearby home in Western Canada that left 9 people dead.
We will get through this. We will learn from this. But right now it's a time to come together, as Canadians always do in these situations, these terrible situations, to support each other, to mourn together, and to grow together.
CBS News Brief. I'm Steve Kathan.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Connecticut man is still hospitalized after being pinned under a car in Bridgeport earlier this week. It happened near East Washington Avenue around 7:30 p.m. Monday. According to police reports, the 63-year-old pedestrian was walking westbound down the eastbound lanes of East Washington when he stumbled and fell into the roadway. That is when he was hit by a 56-year-old female driver who stayed at the scene and is cooperating with the investigation. The Stanford parents who pleaded guilty to the death of their 2-year-old son, Liam Rivera, are still awaiting sentencing. Both Edgar Ismael Gomez and Iris Rivera Santos were expected to be sentenced to 16 years each Tuesday. Superior Court Judge Gary White said Tuesday that the sentence the court offered in exchange for the parents' pleas was, quote, too light. Judge White said more time for each is appropriate and proposed 20 years for Rivera Santos and 18 years for Ismael Gomez. Attorneys for both defendants will now decide whether they'll accept the new offers or go back to trial in late April. Advocates across the state are launching a new program to ensure that Connecticut residents have access to quality, affordable health care. The Health Justice Now campaign is rolling out in the wake of Medicaid cuts that have impacted working-class families. Organizers say it is an effort to preserve coverage that residents already have and extend access to affordable care for those who are losing coverage. East Hartford Democratic State Senator Dr. Saad Anwar said that a healthier population leads to a healthier economy.
For every dollar that is spent on prevention, we save $4 in the cost of health care. We recognize that if we are providing preventive health care, the entire cost of health care is going to come down for everyone. And healthy workforce makes healthy economy.
Middletown Democratic State Senator Matt Lesser also said of the program, quote, we have to take care of our neighbors. We have to take care of one another. Today, February 11th, is the 50th anniversary of United Way of Connecticut 211. Operated by the United Way of Connecticut, 211 is a free confidential information and referral service that connects people to essential health and human services support. In December, Governor Ned Lamont released $2.6 million in state funding through the Emergency State Response Reserve to assist 211 in hiring additional frontline staff to help reduce wait times. State Republicans are working to make Connecticut affordable again. This week, GOP leaders, including Minority Leader Steve Harding, proposed a new plan to address the, quote, affordability crisis residents are facing, while also taking aim at Democratic policies that they claim have exacerbated the problem.
The Democrats have had a stranglehold on this building for the better part of 30 years. They've led us to the third highest taxes, income taxes in the country. They've led us to the third highest electric rates in the country. They've led us to a point where by most metrics we have the highest reliance on property tax in the country, and now all of a sudden they're worried about affordability.
The bulk of the initiative is a, quote, working class car tax elimination and a major income tax cut for working class families. Greenwich State Senator Ryan Fazio, who is also a declared gubernatorial candidate, said the plan also includes the elimination of public benefits charges from electric bills that could lower those bills by 15 to 20% every month for the average Connecticut family.
There is so much pork stuffed in our public benefits tax that it would boggle the mind. Over 50 different government programs passed by the legislature and the governor over many years. Over the next several years, we could eliminate some of those programs, cut others, and fund the most necessary ones through the normal budget process in order to provide relief for our residents.
And the UConn men's basketball team is looking for a win on the road. The Huskies are in Indianapolis, where they will face Butler tonight at 7:30. UConn is 22-2 overall. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 4 and 5 in the right lane. On the Parkway, you have it on both sides between exits 10 and 14, taking out the right lane. On 91 southbound, road work from exit 12 down to exit 8. At least the left lane is closed. On Route 8 northbound, you have road work exits 9 through 12A. Stay left to get through. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 20s. Tomorrow, sunny and windy with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
If Greenwich is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So I need a little help here because I don't know how this ends. Honestly, seriously, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. We're talking about the fact that education costs, along with everything in the state, I know it's not just teaching. I know it's not education, just education, especially on the local level here. I get it. I understand it. Fire department people want more. Police department people want more. EMT wants more. First responders want more. Everybody wants to make a little more money because, yes, things cost more. But this is a prime example of the thing. And you know, if you listen to me on any sort of a consistent basis, you know what upsets me maybe more than anything else is that we have the same problems in this state year after year after year after year after year, and we cry and bitch and moan about it, and we don't do anything about it. And it leads people to say things like this education official was saying that, hey, the governor's education budget is flat next year. So they're deeming that a train wreck for public education. So since when is flat budgeting a train wreck? See, that's not good. This is what I'm driving at. That's not good. It's not like there are massive cuts here in K to 12 budgeting here. But how much more can the average taxpayer take? And here's a perfect example. Everybody crying and moaning and saying, oh, we've got to change this and everything. And even in this story that you can find in the Hearst, Connecticut media sites here, for years and years and years, we've been talking about revamping what's called the ECS cost-sharing grant. In other words, that's the formula that determines how much state money from state taxpayers and state funds that your city and or your town gets to offset your local costs that you raise primarily with the property taxes. Connecticut's primary form of state funding is the Education Cost Sharing Grant. But the formula and the grant money by a percentage hasn't been changed since 2013. It's 2026. And this is the kind of inertia in this state that frankly drives me nuts. What is the majority doing at the state capitol? Seriously, what are they doing? They're right now looking over idiotic, jackass bills like the state getting involved in how many cashierless checkouts a private business can have because it gets them votes. Instead of trying to rework the ECS formula, which everybody has said in the past 13 years needs to be fixed. It's 2026. You think we should fix it? I don't know. Oh, we've only been complaining about it for 13 years. You waiting for what, 23 years or 33 years? I don't understand it. Well, I do. Actually, I do. Because the same people, all the Methuselahs up at the state capitol who have been there since Abe Lincoln stopped by for lunch, they still get reelected. They don't care. Do you understand? I try to tell you this all the time. 75% of the people in the Capitol, at least in the Democratic leadership, they don't care. Well, why do you say that, Paul? Because simply, if they cared, they would do something. As a buddy of mine likes to say, he say, Jesus H., do something even if it's wrong. Show me you made an effort. Instead of sitting there going, oh, sorry. Did we hit a bump? 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Got a couple of texts we'll get to here, but my God, how tough. Oh, my God. Flat funding is going to be a train wreck. Really? Here we are in one of the most affluent states in the country, and just keeping school funding flat is a train wreck? You know what that tells me? It tells me we're not even trying.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Having an office party? Having friends and family over? Catering from AB's Falafel makes your taste buds sing. AB's Falafel in Trumbull serves the freshest and most flavorful falafel, kebab salads, shawarma, spinach pies, hummus, and more. Catering from AB's is easy. Go to abisfalafel.com and click on catering. Pick from trays of kebabs, falafel, salads, and more. From 10 to 200. Cater your next company or family event from locally owned and operated AB's Falafel. abisfalafel.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 4 and 5 in the right lane. On the Parkway, you have it on both sides between exits 10 and 14, taking out the right lane. On 91 southbound, road work from exit 12 down to exit 8. At least the left lane is closed. On Route 8 northbound, you have road work exits 9 through 12A. Stay left to get through. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight with a low in the low 20s. Tomorrow is sunny and windy with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Let's get back to the conversation. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Look, you need more money for education. Have the guts, have the gullions, as my people like to say. Raise the sales tax. I mean, you say, now they won't do this. See, the General Assembly won't do that because they know you'll get angry, and some of them may get voted out. But they'll be quick to say, well, we need more funding. And all right, well, you need more funding. That's fine. People are squeezed dry as it is now with their local property taxes. I mean, what are we supposed to do? This is mind-boggling. Everybody's saying, well, and we spend $25,000, $26,000 a year on kids. So it's not like, this is some southern red state that has tight budgets. And as one of our first callers says, graduates are making $25,000 a year. Well, and again, and I hear this a lot. Well, the quality of what we get, and we hear this all the time. Well, the quality of the education here in Connecticut is so good. Is it? I don't know. Are Connecticut students and I'm asking this in a serious tone here, are Connecticut students that much smarter when they graduate? I don't know. But every year we get this from the schools superintendents, from the school boards, from the teachers unions. Oh, we need more money. And you know what? More and more people are saying, enough. Enough. You can't squeeze me dry. (203-333-9422) 333 WICC. By the way, our question of the day, should taxes be raised for more public education money? Go ahead. Raise the sales tax. Why not? It'd be the easiest thing to do. Hey, wait a minute. And by the way, can I ask something here in all seriousness? I should call my contacts at the Capitol. A couple of them may be listening. Remember when the lottery started in 1972? Remember that? Oh, I was a big deal, I remember. It was only 11. But I remember how a lot of people didn't want it. And you know what the big selling point of the lottery was? Remember the Money Tree Lottery? Man, was that confusing. You had a letter and a color and even I couldn't buy lottery tickets back then. And I'm saying to myself, this is really confusing. Remember how they sold the lottery back then? Oh, it's going to education. We're going to have the best educated students in the state, in the country. Okay. And that's how they sold it. Is the lottery, I should go on their website and check. I will on the next break. Is the lottery money going for education? Is it all going for education as we were promised? I don't know. I have to check. But folk, and look, even if you're a teacher out there, even if you're a teacher, retired or still active, God bless you, thank you very much, paraprofessional, all this, administrator, even you have to believe, even you've got to admit, this is ridiculous every year. It is ridiculous every year. And I'm not saying that people don't deserve raises. I'm not saying that we shouldn't, spend more money, this, that, and the other. But come on. For 13 years, we've been complaining about the education cost-sharing formula, and it hasn't changed. Why is that? Can somebody please explain to me why we don't see any changes there? Connecticut is annually a top 3, 4, and 5 spending state on education. Couple of text messages before we go back to the phones here. Hi, Paul. Yes, I'm a real estate agent. I can tell you last year was my worst year in over a decade of sales because not only with taxes, but general pricing and still several offers that would just come to the table with cash. My clients that bought after COVID are now calling and saying to me they may have to put their homes on the markets because of the property tax increases. So all the people that whine and moan in Hartford about, well, affordable housing, we need affordable housing, and we have to build housing there and housing there. Hey, are you doing anything so the people that already have housing can keep what they have? Got another text here. Hi, Paul. Teachers in New Haven just got a 13.5% aggregate raise over the next 3 years. 4.5% annual raises each year. Does not include city and state contributions for health insurance and pension contributions. Way too much, with no performance targets to measure the value of each teacher. Hey, listen. This is a lot of people feel that way. And again, I understand people want to make more, but you can't keep going back to the well all the time. People are not ATMs. And again, nothing happens in Hartford on this because you people keep electing the same people over and over and over and over again. Judy in Stratford's here. Judy, how are you? What's up?
Thank you. How are you?
I'm good, Judy. What's up?
Just wanted to say it was called support education. That was the proper term for it. Those tickets you were talking about.
Oh, yes, the lottery.
Support
yes.
education.
Yeah, I remember that. Yes, that was a big deal.
Yep, that's what it was called. Support education.
Yeah. Thank you, Judy. Appreciate that. Yeah, that was it. That was the big selling point. Well, if you approve, folks, I don't know if you remember. If you're about my age, you do. But the idea that Connecticut would have a lottery, I mean, you talk about the land of Puritan habits here, and Judy's right. That's how they push it over the line. Well, you're supporting education. Well, all right, do that. I don't know. I have an idea. Charge more for the lottery tickets. Put that money toward the schools. Seriously. Well, you're penalizing people who play the lottery. Well, you know what? What would you rather do? Have cities and towns raise their property taxes again? God. And it's like I wouldn't be so hawked off about this if people if people in the General Assembly at least made believe they cared. They don't. They care in an election year. Oh, now you read all the stories here. All of a sudden, the Democratic majority, we're concerned about property taxes. Oh, you are? Oh, well, nice of you to show up for work. Rita in Milford. Rita, how are you?
Fine, Paul. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question about this. Are you just speaking to raises and not considering the fact that there are special needs that have just exploded around the state?
Everything, Rita. People want to make money. There are special ed educators that have to get paid. Special ed is very expensive, from what I understand. I've talked to people there. My point on this thing, Rita, though, is I saw this story in the paper where people are saying this is short of a catastrophe and we can't go on like this. And my question, Rita, is simply this. How much more can people afford in their taxes? How much more?
Well, I can speak only from a personal standpoint where I have a family member who lives in a town where the taxes are horrendous.
Yeah.
That's a teacher. And thank God she's teaching in Connecticut where the salary is decent, because otherwise she would not be able to afford to live here where she grew up.
Yeah. Rita, thank you. I do appreciate the call. Thank you. Oh, no, listen, I'm not saying, look, I'm the last person to say people shouldn't get paid. No. Everybody should look out for themselves. Philanthropy rarely works to pay your bills, Rita. I understand what you're saying. But when does it end? And again, the tenor of what's already being said in Hartford, you would think the governor came out the other day and said, we got to cut 20%. It's essentially flat. And the General Assembly still hasn't made any substantive changes said here. And I was shocked it's been 13 years. I would have said 7 or 8. The General Assembly still has not done a lot on their end to fix that. Now, it's pretty simple. When majority lawmakers in any legislative body don't do anything to fix a constant problem, they're worried about re-election. If they were actually worried about the problem, they would do something about it. But apparently, they're not. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 4 and 5 in the right lane. All the Parkway, you have it on both sides between exits 10 and 14, taking out the right lane. On 91 southbound, road work from exit 12 down to exit 8. At least the left lane is closed. On Route 8 northbound, you have road work exits 9 through 12A. Stay left to get through. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 20s. Tomorrow, sunny and windy with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Are you a fraud-paying American? 1 in 4 tax-paying Americans have been victim of identity fraud. With LifeLock, your identity, if it's stolen, they fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. And last year, billions in refunds were stolen. Could be from your salary, overtime, or second job. Gone. But this year, you don't need to stay a victim. Because this tax season, fraud-paying American is something no American should have to claim. Save up to 40% off your first year with the promo code BECK. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms do apply.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Now, I know the question I asked, 98% of people are going to say no, but maybe you don't think so. Maybe you'll say yes. Should taxes be raised for more money for public education? Because we're hearing now, again, and this is, we do budgets every 2 years in this state. So every 2 years, you hear of people in the education community, and it's a wonderful occupation. But there are costs, and they want to get paid. They say, well, we need more money. But when does it end? And yes, I understand that, people tell me in the real estate business, well, especially if you're a younger couple, right, or younger taxpayers or home buyers, a question they get usually regards to or connects to the school system. How good are the schools? And a good school system is a draw to get a lot of people into a community. But again, as I say, ask anybody in the real estate business now, and I will bet you, because they've told me, I will bet you that they've lost sales because the property taxes are so high. And again, if we're going to spend more on education, how do you get that money? So it is a vicious circle. But again, I just, reacting to this story I saw, and it frosts me off because it's something that we've been battling for about 10 or 15 years in this state. Connecticut leaders warn the Lamont budget leaves schools short. It's a, quote, train wreck for public education. Come on, stop. A flat budget is a train wreck? Stop it.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Stacey Lynn. We begin in Arizona, where a massive search is taking place for Nancy Guthrie. CBS's Lindsay Reiser with the latest.
In a new statement, the Phoenix office of the FBI says numerous agents are conducting an extensive search along multiple roadways in the Catalina foothills area. This is where Nancy lived. The Bureau goes on to ask all media and motorists to follow traffic laws and remain especially cautious when passing law enforcement personnel near the roadways.
Guthrie's been missing since February 1st. Authorities believe she was abducted from her home in Tucson in the middle of the night. Flights have resumed around El Paso, Texas, after the FAA said late last night it was shutting down the airspace near the border. City officials had no clue why and were not happy. Mayor Renard Johnson.
You cannot restrict airspace over a major city without coordinating with the city, the airport, the hospitals, the community leadership. That failure to communicate is unacceptable.
Sources say the closure was triggered by a dispute between the Pentagon and FAA over drone testing. A grand jury in Washington's refused to indict Democratic lawmakers who urged service members to refuse illegal orders. Cammie McCormick has that.
Senators Alyssa Slotkin and Mark Kelly say they were never told what charges were being sought.
This is straight from the authoritarian playbook.
Kelly says the Trump administration is trying to silence anyone who speaks out against them.
Folks, this is the master alarm flashing for our democracy. It is threatening the very foundation of our system, that we have a right to free speech.
A former high-profile lawyer serving time for a double murder is asking for a new trial.
Alex Murdaugh has admitted he's a thief, a liar, an insurance cheat, and a drug addict. But he continues to adamantly deny he is a killer. Murdaugh's lawyers are appearing before the South Carolina Supreme Court today, asking justices to overturn the 2 murder convictions and life sentence Murdaugh is serving.
Flags are being flown at half-mast in Canada after a mass shooting at a school in British Columbia. 9 are dead, 25 were injured. Prime Minister Mark Carney.
The nation mourns with you. Canada stands by you.
And James Van Der Beek has died. The actor, best known for playing Dawson Leary on Dawson's Creek, had been battling stage 3 colorectal cancer. His wife posted on Instagram, he passed peacefully this morning. He was 48 years old. This is CBS News.
Follow and listen to CBS Mornings on the go on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer, or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt love, support hope, choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Advocates across the state are launching a new program to ensure that Connecticut residents have access to quality, affordable health care. The Health Justice Now campaign is rolling out in the wake of Medicaid cuts that have impacted working-class families. Organizers say it is an effort to preserve coverage that residents already have and extend access to affordable care for those who are losing coverage. East Hartford Democratic State Senator Dr. Sawad Anwar said that a healthier population leads to a healthier economy.
Dollar that is spent on prevention, we save $4 in the cost of healthcare. We recognize that if we are providing preventive healthcare, the entire cost of healthcare is going to come down for everyone. And healthy workforce makes healthy economy.
Middletown Democratic State Senator Matt Lesser also said of the program, quote, "We have to take care of our neighbors. We have to take care of one another." And today, February 11th, is the 50th anniversary of United Way of Connecticut 211. Operated by the United Way of Connecticut, 211 is a free confidential information and referral service that connects people to essential health and human services support. In December, Governor Ned Lamont released $2.6 million in state funding through the Emergency State Response Reserve to assist 211 in hiring additional frontline staff to help reduce wait times. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
From Merritt southbound, accident approaching Route 8, exit 34, and stay to the left to get around them. Backing things up towards the Sikorsky Bridge. 95 northbound, just extra cars through Norwalk and Westport and Fairfield. The traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight with a low in the low 20s. Tomorrow is sunny and windy with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, so when is enough enough? It's my thinking here. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And I say that when it comes with all the love in my heart to teachers, the education system here, principals, assistant principals, paraprofessionals. But every year, it seems that every single year, and I know people want to get paid more, and I know costs go up, and there's inflation, and teachers have to eat and everything. I get that. I understand that. But I see this story in the Hearst publications today. Connecticut leaders warn Lamont budget leaves schools short, and there's a quote by somebody in here. It's a train wreck for public education. Now, what do I always say? Words mean things. Words mean things. And when you use the word train wreck, and you're using that not for a drastic cut, but you're using it for flat budgeting. Most people who have to handle a home budget, if they say year to year, well, I can't spend any more, but I'm not going to spend any less, so I have to spend what I spent last year or last month. Most people can do that. Now, again, I understand most people aren't dealing with contracts and union contracts and retirement costs and people that want to make more money. I get that. I understand that. But it says here, Governor Ned Lamont's budget proposal largely maintains funding levels for K-12 education, but it's missing the substantial change to the state's way of funding local school systems that advocates say is long overdue. And yes, it is. Yes, it is. I'm not arguing that. So figure out how to fix the education cost sharing grant. But see, this is what makes, and I say this a lot, and I often wonder, well, maybe I shouldn't say it so much, but you know, maybe I can. The education cost sharing grant formula has pretty much been stagnant and not getting the job done properly since 2013. It is now 2026. Explain to me what has been done. What has been done in the past 13 years knowing that this has been a common problem? See, this is why, and you say, well, you're awfully partisan, Paul. Yes, I am. Because it's the same party that's piloted everything through Hartford for the past 40 years. So who do we blame? Because somebody deserves blame here. You tell me. Somebody deserves blame for the fact that we've known we've had a problem for 13 years and done nothing. If you had a roof leaking in the same spot for 13 freaking years, and you walked by every day and said, oh, look at that, you know. The wall's kind of wet again here, and the ceiling, look at the rug is now, look. Is that green mold and brown mold? And you say, yeah, okay, what's for dinner? 13 years, and you've done nothing. But yet, certain people in certain voting areas of this state continue to elect the same people over and over and over again. Though lawmakers have introduced legislation this session to increase the amount to bolster the state's contribution to local districts, Lamont's budget proposal does not include a change to the ECS formula. That is, well, then why not? It's not like the Republicans are stopping this. You can't say, oh, those damn Republicans, right? The governor or the legislature, they can't get up there and say, Trump. Look, Trump is the guy keeping us from adjusting this cost sharing formula. No. Orange Man has nothing to do with this. It's the same single party in this state that does a lot of nothing in Hartford for years. Joe DeLong, who's been on this show from the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities, said yesterday the single largest area in municipal budgets that impacts property taxes the most is in the public education line. But like I say, whether it's education, whether it's, a power grid proposal, whether it's doing things long-term here, to make Connecticut a more business-friendly environment, it never gets done. Don't get mad at me for saying it. Again, folks, this is one of those big problems, right, that we point to every year and say, oh, yeah, it's kind of a problem, isn't it? Yeah, kind of is, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a problem. Hey, it's a problem. Yeah. Oh, and you know what? It's actually a problem. Yeah.
As March approaches, NCAA basketball is just heating up. Get on board for all the action of Big Ten basketball on WICC. Every weekend, hear matchups from across the country live. Every basket, every buzzer beater, every single moment. NCAA basketball lives here. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Just about every day, we hear unsettling news about the economy and global events, things that affect our lives here at home. It's natural to feel uncertain, but when it comes to securing your family's future, there is something you can do. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
Do you ever feel like your medical or financial decisions are out of your hands? In times like these, most of us would answer yes. The good news? There are legal tools designed to protect you, ensuring that only the people you trust can manage your affairs, should you become unable to do so. Life can change quickly. It's never too early to put a plan in place that reflects your wishes, whether it's a power of attorney, medical advance directives, a last will and testament, or a trust tailored to your needs. Every person's situation is different. It's important to create an individualized plan before it's needed. We all deserve peace of mind.
The Fairfield Law Offices of Eliofson and Tenor. On the internet, ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Call 203-336-2566. That's 203-336-2566.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. All your roles, fill them sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
From Merritt southbound, accident approaching Route 8, exit 34, and stay to the left to get around them. Backing things up towards the Sikorsky Bridge. 95 northbound, just extra cars through Norwalk and Westport and Fairfield. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit ColumbiaDental.com today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 20s. Tomorrow, sunny and windy with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Since 1926, proud to be Connecticut's leader for news and talk for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Well, I found part of the problem here. Remember back in, 1972 or 73 when we were told, hey, that lottery money, we're our Connecticut kids. They're going to be so well educated, it's going to make you pass out. You're going to walk in front of kids, and they will ooze an aura of smart that will make you pass out. So I went to the lottery, the Connecticut Lottery website here. You can go, you find it yourself. ctlottery.org/where the money goes. And a lot of the lottery money does not go to education. Wouldn't that be nice if it did go to education? Wouldn't that be great? Well, no. We were sold a bill of goods back then. And by the way, what about, is any of the sports? And I'm asking these questions honestly and legitimately. I'm not trying to be a jerk or a stew-not here, but seriously. What about the marijuana revenue? What about we have all these new revenue channels, right? marijuana, sports gambling, NIPS. Wait, why don't we pay? How about the NIPS go to pay for teachers and salaries here? For fiscal year 2024, they don't have last year's numbers up yet. So for fiscal year 2024, the lottery proceeds are as follows. Education, museums, and libraries got 27.9% of the money here, the proceeds. That's $108 million. Okay. Employee, fringe, debt service, and miscellaneous, 25%. That's another $99 million. Human services got 21%. That's $79 million. Health and hospitals. Oh, okay. That's 10%. That's $40 million. The Department of Corrections got 7%. That's $26 million. The state judicial branch got 3%. That's $11.9 million. The general government, he's a good friend of mine, general government, right up there with Colonel Sanders and Sergeant Shriver. The general government got 2.7%. Regulation and protection got 1.6%. Conservation and development, whatever that is, 1.1%. And the state legislature got 0.4%. Now, again, I don't know how the exact workings of this whole thing. I get it. I understand it. It's not easy here. But instead of saying, well, we've got to absorb it on the city or town level, let's just raise everybody's property taxes here. Okay, are there other things we could do? I'd be in favor. Look, raise the sales tax. I know people don't like it. It costs me more to buy stuff. And raise the sales tax. At least a higher sales tax on stuff is likely not to torpedo the sale of a house or a home. I'm guessing. I'm not a real estate agent or anything like that, but man, oh man, something's got to give here. That's the old song. Something's got to give. Something's got to give. I mean, come on. The state spends $25,000 to $26,000 a year per student. I'm not saying it's money poorly spent. I'm not. But you tell me. Talk or text 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You tell me, how do we solve this? Because they're not doing anything in Hartford. I hope you understand. And I'm telling you, and this is where I am going to get partisan. When you go to vote in November, I know the temptation because there's another couple of stories today, and all that can come out of Martin Looney's mouth and Rob Blanchard, the governor's spokesman, and Bob Duff, our friend there. He's everything is Trump. Well, can we drop the Trump thing for a second, and can you figure out a problem? Well, what would you do, Paul? I have no idea. That's not my job. Just the way your job isn't to host a talk show, my job is not to figure out stuff that you say you've known has been a problem for 13 years. And for 13 years, they have sat around and apparently done nothing. How many of people in my business or your business or whatever, how many of us, should we say, would still have our jobs if the boss said, hey, we have a major funding problem in this thing and the money here is killing our customers? Figure something out, draw something up for me where we can balance out this funding or tap into a revenue source. You wouldn't still have your job after 13 years. You wouldn't have it after 13 days. But yet, for some reason, a lot of people vote for the same people in Hartford over and over and over again, who largely in the majority are just creating laws to make it more difficult to live and work and run a business in this state, and they're moving around money. It's a big Ponzi scheme. But when it comes to actually making major structural changes to stuff, in other words, the hard work, when it comes to actually introducing new systems and taking old systems and saying, hey, this really isn't working, let's do something a little different. We don't do that in this state. Again, can I point to our electric grid? And can I point to the public benefits charge? We like to argue a lot. But man, oh man, what, how disappointing. So you tell me, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, talk or text. Pretty simple. Some say the present state budget is a train wreck for education. So you tell me, should taxes be raised to foot the bill for more education costs? We'll talk more about that coming up on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
For Merritt southbound, accident approaching Route 8, exit 34, and stay to the left to get around them. Backing things up towards the Sikorsky Bridge. 95 northbound, just extra cars through Norwalk and Westport and Fairfield. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Ash Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight with a low in the low 20s. Tomorrow is sunny and windy with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful. My grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years, and as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. If you're over 55 and with one of the big three carriers, like Verizon, you may notice they don't talk much about their 55-plus discounts. That's so customers like you keep paying their regular higher rates to boost their bottom line. You deserve better service, with 100% US-based experts, better value, with plans starting at $20, and a company that's built for people 50 plus, like me. Not convinced? Give your current carrier a call, ask about the 55 plus plan you've earned, see how long it takes to get a real person on the line, and if they try to talk you out of it. But if you want something better, call Consumer Cellular. We've got the same great coverage, and our US-based experts can get you switched in about 20 minutes. Switch now to Consumer Cellular and get your second month free for a limited time. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com for your second month free.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridgelight Financial's Taxes and Retirement event February 10th and 12th at El Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click bridgelightadvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, President of Bridgelight Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at bridgelightadvisors.com. bridgelightadvisors.com.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Hello, my name is Bob Cento, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, scinto.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Hours after the FAA announced it was closing airspace in El Paso, Texas, things are moving again. Correspondent Chris Van Cleve says there was a disagreement between the Pentagon and the FAA over drone testing.
Some of this testing was going to be going on adjacent to the airport. There was a disagreement about when this testing could occur.
CBS's Nicole Killian on Capitol Hill, where a House hearing got tense as Attorney General Pam Bondi was grilled about the Epstein files.
Many of these survivors were sitting with rapt attention, watching this as many lawmakers tried to press the Attorney General about the department's handling of the Epstein files.
The January jobs report is out and better than expected, with 130,000 jobs added. Business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
This was ahead of expectations. Most analysts thought there would be maybe 50 or 60,000 jobs created.
CBS News Brief. I'm Stacey Lynn.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Stamford parents who pleaded guilty to the death of their 2-year-old son, Liam Rivera, are still awaiting sentencing. Both Edgar Ismael Gomez and Iris Rivera Santos were expected to be sentenced to 16 years each Tuesday. Superior Court Judge Gary White said Tuesday that the sentence the court offered was, quote, too light. Judge White said more time for each is appropriate and proposed 20 years for Rivera Santos and 18 years for Ismael Gomez. Attorneys for both of the defendants will now decide whether they'll accept the new offers or, go back to trial in late April. A Connecticut man remains hospitalized after he was pinned under a car in Bridgeport earlier this week. It happened near East Washington Avenue around 7:30 p.m. Monday. According to police reports, the 63-year-old pedestrian was walking westbound down the eastbound lanes of East Washington when he stumbled and fell into the roadway. That is when he was hit by a 56-year-old female driver who stayed at the scene and is cooperating with the investigation. Advocates across the state are launching a new program to ensure that Connecticut residents have access to quality, affordable health care. The Health Justice Now campaign is rolling out in the wake of Medicaid cuts that have impacted working-class families. Organizers say it is an effort to preserve coverage that residents already have and extend access to affordable care for those who are losing coverage. East Hartford Democratic State Senator Dr. Saad Anwar said that a healthier population leads to a healthier economy.
For every dollar that is spent on prevention, we save $4 in the cost of healthcare. We recognize that if we are providing preventive healthcare, the entire cost of healthcare is going to come down for everyone. And healthy workforce makes healthy economy.
Middletown Democratic State Senator Matt Lesser also said of the program, quote, we have to take care of our neighbors. We have to take care of one another. For the third straight day, an elementary school in Oxford was closed. Power interruptions over the weekend caused frozen pipes, which affected the heating system at the Quaker Farms school. Classes will resume tomorrow with a 3-hour delay and no morning pre-K. The Bridgeport Board of Education is seeking a $106 million increase in their budget for the 2026-2027 school year. At the board meeting last night, members decided to increase the proposed budget to bring back staffing and programming that the district had eliminated in years prior. Interim Superintendent Dr. Royce Avery had initially proposed a $338.5 million budget, but board members voted at the meeting Tuesday to increase it to about $400 million. Avery said he, quote, knows they're asking for a lot. According to a post in Hearst Media, City Finance Director Ken Flato said in a statement that, quote, the city has never before received an annual budget request for such an extraordinarily large proposed increase in funding. State Republicans are working to make Connecticut affordable again. This week, GOP leaders, including Minority Leader Steve Harding, proposed a new plan to address the, quote, affordability crisis residents are facing, while also taking aim at Democratic policies that they claim have exacerbated the problem.
The Democrats have had a stranglehold on this building for the better part of 30 years. They've led us to the third highest income taxes in the country. They've led us to the third highest electric rates in the country. They've led us to a point where by most metrics we have the highest reliance on property tax in the country, and now all of a sudden they're worried about affordability.
The bulk of the initiative is a, quote, working class car tax elimination and a major income tax cut for working class families. Greenwich State Senator Ryan Fazio, who is also a declared gubernatorial candidate, said the plan also includes the elimination of public benefits charges from electric bills that could lower those bills by 15 to 20% every month for the average Connecticut family.
There is so much pork stuffed in our public benefits tax that it would boggle the mind. Over 50 different government programs passed by the legislature and the governor over many years. Over the next several years, we could eliminate some of those programs, cut others, and fund the most necessary ones through the normal budget process in order to provide relief for our residents.
And the UConn men's basketball team is looking for a win on the road. The Huskies are in Indianapolis, where they will face Butler tonight at 7:30. UConn is 22-2 overall. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound congestion plays heavy in Westport and Fairfield. You have it on the Upper Merritt and Trumbull going into Route 25. 95 south out of New Haven, you're busy from Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax-saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 20s. Tomorrow, sunny and windy with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC talk or text, same number. You want to just text us some thoughts? I can go with that, or I'll put you on the radio. It's up to you. Whatever you would like. 333-9422. We have Connecticut education officials saying, hey, we don't have enough money. And I sit here and say, how is it we don't have enough money? How is that possible for schools? How is that possible? Now, I know part of it has to do with local property taxes, this, that, and the other. I understand that. But they want more money from the state. The governor is keeping that flat. I understand that. But we have the lottery. We have the sports gaming revenue. We have the marijuana revenue. And as somebody pointed out to me, hey, Paul, you forgot about the 25% of the slot machine revenue going to education. Can't keep throwing money at a problem. But yet, we hear how everything is a conundrum here with education. And it is mind-boggling. Mind-numbing. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And the governor, to his credit, is not cutting education. He's saying, hey, we're going to keep it flat here. All right. I have no clue here. I have no clue. Dave and Meriden with us. Dave, how are you?
Hey, yeah, I remember when the lottery first came out, they were pushing education, and at that time the tickets were only 50 cents a ticket.
Yeah.
I saved a couple, and I'll send you a picture of them when I get home.
Yeah, do that. That was the money. That was the money tree, right?
The money tree.
Yeah.
That's it had a tree on the ticket.
Yeah.
But, and then I think way back then, wasn't Bill Hennessy, who used to be a newscaster?
Yes.
I think he did the drawings back then.
He did the TV show, yes. And he used to ask that him and Dana Hersey used to ask, are you feeling lucky, Dave? Yeah, remember that? Are you feeling lucky? All righty, 203-333-9422. Thank you, Dave. 333 WICC. All right, tell you what, but let's take a break now. We'll step out, we'll do the break, come back with the phones, and then Nicole Killian is going to join us from CBS in D.C., and she will update us on what's going on in the nation's capital when we come back.
Need roofing, vinyl siding, gutters, or chimney repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. From cracked shingles to leaky chimneys, our certified technicians handle it all. We don't just install, we fortify your home for decades of protection. And right now, you could get 0 interest, 0 payments for 24 months. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Walk when they say you can't stand. Laugh when they say you won't speak. When you're recovering from a severe illness or injury, even the smallest tasks can be the greatest mountains to climb. But at Gaylord Specialty Healthcare, we're not just doctors and nurses and therapists. We're experts and specialists and leaders. And we do whatever it takes to make your recovery possible. Gaylord Specialty Healthcare. Think possible.
Outpatient therapy services now available in Fairfield and Guilford. Gaylord.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, congestion delays heavy in Westport and Fairfield. You have it on the upper Merritt and Trumbull going into Route 25. 95 south out of New Haven, you're busy through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax-saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight with a low in the low 20s. Tomorrow is sunny and windy with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
As soon as you hear it in the news, Paul already has his opinion on it. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So I consider myself just a simple guy here asking for simple answers. How is it? A two-part question here, if I may. How is it that after 13 years, when people first started to say, hey, this thing isn't right, we still have not, and it's not like the Republicans and Democrats have alternated, majorities in Hartford. It's been the blue side for the past 40-something years here, with the exception of a couple of years in the 80s, thanks to the Reagan landslide. But how is it? And again, I'm throwing this out there for a lot of you people who say, well, yeah, that Pacelli, I don't like him because he's too partisan. Okay, then let me genuflect to the Democrats in Hartford. How is it you guys and gals have not done anything substantive to the education cost sharing formula in 13 years? And now you have a lot of your allies and the teachers' unions and everything in these blue cities and towns bitching and moaning that there's not enough money for education. And part two of my question is, how is there not enough money for education when we've had the lottery since the early 70s? We've got taxes up the wazoo. We've got revenue from marijuana. We've got revenue from the casinos and the slots. We've got revenue from sports gambling. I mean, where is this going? Well, we know where part of it goes. You know, state employees getting them nice raises, huh? I just don't get. And again, come this November, a lot of you people will mindlessly march like little minions the way you are, and you'll just reelect the same people. Frustrating. It is mind-boggling. Like I said, if your house was leaking, would you allow it to leak for 13 years in the same spot? Of course you wouldn't. If you had a lousy plumber or a lousy electrician or lousy gardeners, would you have them working for you for 13 years? I wouldn't have them for 13 days. It is mind-numbing. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And you're saying, well, you're just pounding on the Democrats. Well, yeah, I am, because they control everything in Hartford. And I know a lot of you folks don't follow this as much as I do, and as much as Melissa does, and as much as Lisa does, and as much as Bill Finch does, and our other weekend host, Fred Ebert. If you get down into the minutia of this whole thing, though, it is mind-numbing that we continue to have these big, huge, mega problems here that we literally don't do anything about. The only thing that's ever considered is, hey, let's raise taxes here. Raising taxes, I always say that it's the junk food of politics. It is the junk food of politics. It's easy to do. It's a quick solution, but nutritionally, it ain't good. We'll get back to the phones momentarily, though. But in case you didn't know, because I've tried to remind you of this, there is a threat that the Department of Homeland Security may not have money to operate after this coming Friday, and supposedly there are talks, I guess, we haven't heard too much, to get DHS funded, but that is running into some roadblocks. Once again, we guess because of differences as to how ICE operates. So covering that for us right now in D.C., joining us live, CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killian. Nicole, it's Paul here in Connecticut. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm well. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Nicole, for the time. We appreciate it. So, basic question. Is anything happening here that we were told, hey, you know, a lot of Democrats want concessions on masks, on cameras, this and the other, an oversight body? What have we heard, if anything, on that?
Well, we do know both sides are talking, and that's what's key, and that's what's different from the last time that we saw a government shut down last fall, the longest in U.S. history, I might add. But that being said, to your point, there's still no resolution, and there's about 2 days until we hit this deadline for funding to potentially elapse for the Department of Homeland Security. So we're still waiting to see whether or not Democrats and Republicans can strike a deal.
And especially for somebody like, say, Chuck Schumer, Nicole, I mean, he's really got pressure on both sides, doesn't he? He does, you know, he's got his mainstream Democrats here saying, hey, don't do anything dumb. But yet on the progressive side, he's got pressure, I would imagine, Nicole, there as well.
Yeah, well, I think in terms of talking to both leader Schumer and rank and file Democrats, as of now, they seem to be in lockstep on this issue. Some rank and file Democrats have already come out saying that they are not going to support short-term funding for the Department of Homeland Security unless Democrats' proposals are addressed. So as of now, they're remaining unified. But again, kind of like with the last shutdown, we kind of have to see if anyone cracks. That being said, I think Democrats believe that polling and public opinion is on their side on this one, given the deadly shooting incidents involving Renee Good and Alex Preddy, where, the average American citizen could see that video for themselves and draw their own conclusions. And so because of that, I think Democrats feel that their position on this in terms of calling for some guardrails and restraints is warranted and supported by a majority of the American people.
All right. CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killian in D.C. Nicole, thank you. We appreciate it. Thanks so much.
You bet.
All right. There you go. So, again, and the reason that we're watching this, folks, look, Homeland Security is not going to shut down per se. Now, there will be service cutbacks, and one of the areas that you may see something a little different this weekend is TSA, is the Transportation Security Administration. That's right, your airport operations, your airport security checks, right? So if there is a shutdown, which I think there's going to be, or at least a partial shutdown. Now, remember, the government is not going to shut down. All the other governmental spending, if you will, that's been taken care of now. And I guess they signed an extension for a long time, a year and a half, 2 years. I think, don't quote me on this, I think it takes the country close to or by the midterms coming up at the end of the year. But what the battle is now is, will Democrats, or enough Democrats, vote with Republicans to fund the Department of Homeland Security? Now, you may say, well, why is that? Well, this is the Democrats' leverage they feel on this. So they feel, as Nicole Killian just said, this is the Democrats' now or never time. Because we saw very stark video of the Alex Preddy shooting, not by ICE, but by Border Patrol, and the ICE shooting in Minneapolis weeks ago of Ms. Good there. The Democrats feel if we can't exert something and get a win, now a legislative win, we never will. So again, if we go beyond, so we have what? We have probably about 48 hours to go because the deadline is Friday. So if we go beyond Friday, then some airport operations may be affected. So just keep that in mind. If you're flying somewhere on the weekend, maybe you're doing that quick jaunt down to Florida or whatever to warm up a little more after the nice thaw that we're finally having, or you've got mom and dad or relatives or your son and daughter, daughter-in-law, son-in-law, whatever, coming up from Florida or coming in from the Southwest, things could maybe, as we get closer, we'll know this, things could get just a wee bit slow, Rabbit, if you know what I mean. Talking education here, by the way, our pal Chris Powell coming up next hour. Also, Dan Haar in the 5 o'clock hour to outline these dueling proposals we have in Hartford about taxes and spending. But again, speaking of spending now, you've got people saying they're using the word train wreck for state education money. In other words, how much money your city or town ends up getting from the state. And the governor's not cutting anything. To his credit, he's keeping the funding flat. But that's got people a little crazy here. So you tell me, how do we come up with more money for education? Because you know they're going to get it. I mean, you just know they're going to get it. Another text here from this person. Wasn't casino and slot money also sold as education-only money? That I don't know. It may have been. But again, what happens here is when, listen, and remember, teachers can't strike in Connecticut. So this is, it automatically goes to binding arbitration. In fact, my late uncle, back in the mid to late 70s, I think mid-70s, he was, because they changed that law in the 70s. Teachers used to be able to strike. They don't do it anymore. Most municipal employees now, all across the country, most, not all, there are teacher strikes in other cities and towns. That doesn't happen in Connecticut because we're a blue state. Red states usually say, go pound sand for a while and come back to us. Not all, but you know what I mean. Yeah, but I have people tell me all the time, well, let the teachers go on strike. They can't. And again, is it fair to the students and fair to the parents? No, because then they have to make up the days in the summer. But here's my basic question. Where are we going to get more money from for education? And are we at a point now where there are enough cooler heads in Hartford to say, hey, we've got to maybe increase a little bit more money. Maybe we redirect some money. We can't have people in the 169 towns keep getting clobbered by property taxes. And yes, property taxes have always paid for education. I'm not some newbie that doesn't understand that. But is it real, with all the other revenue streams we have in this state, can property tax owners get a little bit of relief? And I'm talking about permanent relief, not some election year gimmick from either side. It's another thing we do in Connecticut here, gimmicks. Oh, all of a sudden the governor wants to give us $200 because our electric bills are high. Hey, how about the governor? He figured out the electric bills were high. How about that, Ned?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, congestion delays heavy in Westport and Fairfield. You have it on the upper Merritt and Trumbull going into Route 25. 95 south out of New Haven, you're busy through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 20s. Tomorrow, sunny and windy with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, we have the question remaining up there, Facebook.com/voice of CT. Pretty simple, I think. Some say the present state budget is a train wreck for education. That's some pretty strong language, right? Train wrecks usually aren't subtle, hence the words train and wreck. So I ask, should taxes be raised for more public education money? Because they're going to have to get the money somewhere. And no, property taxes aren't going away. State funding for education is not going away, nor should it. I'm not advocating that. But again, what I am advocating is for lawmakers to get off their arses in Hartford and figure it out. Freaking figure it out. You've got the teachers' unions, the educators in the state, the education districts, organizations like CCM and the Council of Governments saying, well, we need to figure out a better way. Yet the people who could figure out the better way, including our majority Democrat lawmakers in Hartford, they do nothing. Do you understand what I tell you? They bloviate and do nothing.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Stacey Lynn. Canadians are in mourning the day after mass shootings at a school and home left 8 people dead and several others injured in British Columbia. Deputy Police Commissioner Dwayne McDonald said the shooter dropped out of the school 4 years ago.
The suspect is identified as an 18-year-old female by the name of Jessie. We have a history of police attendance at the family residence. Some of those calls were related to mental health issues.
She died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The FBI is conducting an extensive search along multiple roadways in Tucson, Arizona, near Nancy Guthrie's home after they released surveillance footage yesterday showing a masked man on her front porch. Former NYPD detective Kirk Burkhalter.
So it's quite possible that the video has done its job as far as generating tips, and kind of seems that way given the activity yesterday evening, and now we see this expanded search.
Police had detained a man in connection with the kidnapping, but he has been released. Transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve tells us the brief airspace closure in El Paso, Texas, stemmed from a dispute between the FAA and Pentagon officials over drone-related tests.
There was a disagreement about when this testing could occur. It appears the military opted to move forward with it, and the FAA responded by shutting down the airspace. It also appears that that decision was made by the FAA sort of in a vacuum, unilaterally, without giving a heads up to the White House or other agencies, which kicked off quite the scramble this morning.
President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu met at the White House today.
The closed-door meeting lasted more than 2 hours. Posting on social media, President Trump said, quote, "There was nothing definitive reached other than that I insisted that negotiations with Iran continue to see whether or not a deal can be consummated," unquote. Trump went on to say the last time Iran decided not to make a deal, quote, "they were hit with Midnight Hammer. That did not work out well for them," unquote. Midnight Hammer was the U.S. military air assault that the president said obliterated Iran's nuclear facilities. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
And actor James Van Der Beek has died at the age of 48. He was best known for his role in the 90s show Dawson's Creek.
We're friends, okay? No matter how much body hair we acquire. Deal?
Deal. He played Dawson Leary for 6 seasons and went on to star in movies like Varsity Blues and Scary Movie. His wife posted on Instagram he died after a battle with cancer. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 66 points. This is CBS News.
Take control of your financial life. Follow and listen to Money Watch with Jill Schlesinger on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
Dude, I just got this car.
Yeah, sorry, man. Take it to my friend. He can do it for cheap.
Hi, this is Chris from Sono Collision. Don't just go to anybody for your repairs. Choose the best. Remember, you're the one that has to live with the repairs. It's your choice, so pick quality at Sono Collision. Go to sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955. Your car will thank you.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Stanford parents who pleaded guilty to the death of their 2-year-old son, Liam Rivera, are still awaiting sentencing. Both Edgar Ismael Gomez and Iris Rivera Santos were expected to be sentenced to 16 years each Tuesday. Superior Court Judge Gary White said Tuesday that the sentence the court offered in exchange for the parents' pleas was, quote, too light. Judge White said more time for each is appropriate and proposed 20 years for Rivera Santos and 18 years for Ismael Gomez. Attorneys for both defendants will now decide whether they'll accept the new offers or go back to trial in late April. And a Connecticut man is still hospitalized after being pinned under a car in Bridgeport earlier this week. It happened near East Washington Avenue around 7:30 p.m. Monday. According to police reports, the 63-year-old pedestrian was walking westbound down the eastbound lanes of East Washington when he stumbled and fell into the roadway. That is when he was hit by a 56-year-old female driver who stayed at the scene and is cooperating with the investigation. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound accident approaching the West Rock Tunnel has things backing up to Route 34, exit 42 A and B. 95 northbound volume delays getting through Fairfield, and on the Albert Merritt you have it in Trumbull going into Route 25. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight with a low in the low 20s. Tomorrow is sunny and windy with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, kids, boys and girls, moms and dads, how are you, huh? Grandma, grandpa, nonna, papa, you all around here gathered around the wireless at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Hope all is well. 2 hours down, 2 to go. Our buddy, our pal, Chris Powell, who was always loquacious in what he thinks about what's going on in Hartford and around the state, coming up momentarily. But we do have our Facebook question of the day today, and I ask this because it was a very good story in the Hearst papers here. I saw it posted. Can you still say papers, by the way? I guess, maybe for an old guy like me. Natasha Sokolov's story. Connecticut leaders warn the Lamont budget leaves schools short. They say, quote, it is a train wreck for public education. Come on, stop it. For freak's sake, train wreck? Stop it. You're embarrassing yourselves. We still spend $26,000 or so per year per student in the state. One of the highest numbers in the entire country. It's not a train wreck. But it does beg the question, when is enough enough? And again, this is not denigrating educators. It's not denigrating school systems. It's not denigrating boards of education or school boards or school superintendents. It's not. What it is me saying, hey, it's got to stop eventually. You cannot keep cranking up people's property taxes over and over again every year saying, well, you know, the school system. Yeah, all right, the school system, but does money fix societal problems sometimes in schools? I mean, come on, this is ridiculous. Now, having said that, is there more money we could tap into? Is any of the marijuana money going to education? I don't know. The slot machine revenues, the sports books, sports gaming revenues, and still they're telling cities and towns, hey, we're not going to do anything on your educational cost sharing stuff here. So here's the bottom line. Are you willing to pay more taxes? That's my question here. At 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Some say the present state budget is a train wreck for education. Should taxes be raised for more public education money? I don't know. That would mean that educators would actually have to, lawmakers would actually have to go on the record for this. So you tell me. Chris has been perusing the answers that we have on this. Chris, what do we have?
Well, we begin with Sue, who says no, use tax money more wisely. Norman said no, they need to pay their state bill, like the state pension fund, the teacher's pension fund. The state needs more employees. There's too much overtime for state employees. Take a look at the state payroll, who was paid. They need more police, healthcare workers, nurses, etc. Joe said surplus last year was over $2 billion. It would take about half the surplus to pay for it. If surpluses run lower, the $4 billion rainy day fund could be drawn down. It's raining and our children's future is drowning. We could sustain the increase without raising taxes for a while, and state property owners are getting killed by having to pick up for the state's fiscal child neglect. And Joe said, please don't raise our taxes higher than what we already pay.
And again, like I said, as I did, talk to a real estate agent and ask them how many sales they've lost or almost lost in a bunch of towns where, you know, they're able to hook up a buyer or a seller with a buyer, the perfect property, and the breaking point on a deal ends up being the property taxes.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
Nonprofits and service organizations, how are you planning on engaging donors in 2026? Well, I've got a great new way. Hi, I'm Christina Preet, lifelong Connecticut resident and founder of the free mobile app Shopping Anyway. Shopping Anyway is a one-stop shop platform to engage with existing donors and attract new donors to communicate your needs for items such as food and basic necessities, volunteers, and fundraising events you're looking to promote. Visit shoppinganyway.com. And for those looking to get more involved in giving back to their community, go to shoppinganyway.com to download the free app.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Sono Collision, Fairfield County's best for top-quality collision repairs. We deliver unmatched precision and care to restore your vehicle. Trust us for excellence. Visit sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955.
Water damage is a nightmare. Did you know it can be avoided with water leak detection installed by Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting? Water leaks and frozen pipes can damage a home or business more than fire or burglary. Go to ppcalarms.com. Learn how a water leak detection system can be installed simply and inexpensively to automatically shut off your water main. For comprehensive security solutions for theft, water, or fire, go to ppcalarms.com. ppcalarms.com for total home security and peace of mind.
Just about every day, we hear unsettling news about the economy and global events, things that affect our lives here at home. It's natural to feel uncertain, but when it comes to securing your family's future, there is something you can do. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
Do you ever feel like your medical or financial decisions are out of your hands? In times like these, most of us would answer yes. The good news? There are legal tools designed to protect you, ensuring that only the people you trust can manage your affairs, should you become unable to do so. Life can change quickly. It's never too early to put a plan in place that reflects your wishes, whether it's a power of attorney, medical advance directives, a last will and testament, or a trust tailored to your needs. Every person's situation is different. It's important to create an individualized plan before it's needed. We all deserve peace of mind.
The Fairfield Law Offices of Eliofson and Tenor. On the internet, ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Call 203-336-2566. That's 203-336-2566.
For the best FCAC high school basketball coverage, tune in Sunday morning at 11 a.m. for Nothing But Net. Every Sunday on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Nothing But Net, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food, served fast.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound accident approaching the West Rock Tunnel has things backing up to Route 34, exit 42A and B. 95 northbound volume delays getting through Fairfield, and on the Albert Merritt you have it in Trumbull going into Route 25. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 20s. Tomorrow, sunny and windy with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut's radio leader for 100 years. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, get back to open phones a little bit later on this hour. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Once a month or so, we like to check in with Chris Powell. You know him, you love him. He's been around the state here for a long time, writing, I think, some of the best editorials around saying what needs to be said. And you can check him out, ChrisPowellColumn.com, ChrisPowellColumn.com. Mr. Powell, how are you, sir? How are you holding up?
Well, I'm plowed and my driveway's clear, too.
That's good. Did it take a while?
Days, weeks. We're still working on it yesterday.
Really? Wow. Yeah. That was a doozy. You know what else was a doozy, Chris? And I'm glad you wrote about it. The governor at his State of the State address, or pretty much more of a campaign address. But, I thought that the language about ICE, Chris, and you tell me whether you believe it or not, I thought I don't think this at heart was the Ned Lamont we know. I just think this was red meat. This was chum in the water, knowing that he's facing a re-election.
Yeah, he seemed to feel very much obliged to pander to the far left people in his party. He really, the main part of that speech was a call for nullification and insurrection against the federal government's enforcement of immigration law in Connecticut. And the irony about it was that even as he was calling for nullification and insurrection, and kicking ICE out of the state, he said that we're keeping. He was talking to the ICE agents. He says, we're keeping Connecticut safe without you. But even as he was giving his speech, just a few blocks away in federal court in Hartford, the feds were getting a guilty plea to illegal reentry into the United States by a Jamaican guy who'd come to Connecticut. And at the point of his conviction, he was subject to an arrest warrant, a Connecticut arrest warrant that had not been served against him. Connecticut had not been able to track him down for, I guess the charges were threatening and, there was something else. I forget what it was. But nevertheless, it was a violence-related crime. There was a warrant out for him in Connecticut. Connecticut didn't track him down. The feds tracked him down, and the feds got him convicted for illegal reentry to the United States, and he's going to serve 22 months in prison and then get deported back to Jamaica again. But here's the governor saying, at the Capitol, we can take care of, Connecticut without you. Well, No, Connecticut didn't run this guy down. The feds ran this guy down, and he was convicted of violence, and then came back to Connecticut. It was breach of peace and threatening that there was a state warrant out for him, but the state didn't catch him. The feds caught him. I mean, the facts contradicted the governor, and the ICE has run down many serious criminals in Connecticut that Connecticut did not run down. What the governor was saying is federal agents shouldn't even come to Connecticut. They shouldn't have any authority here. He sounded just like George Wallace and Orville Faubus and all the segregationist Southern governors of the last century who didn't want the federal government's agents coming into their states to make them obey federal law and the federal Constitution. I mean, it's like he was, just totally with the nullification and insurrection people. And the thing was, all the members of his party in the legislature stood up and cheered and whooped and applauded. I mean, this is madness. And maybe the bigger madness about it is journalism in Connecticut doesn't even point this out.
No, Chris, they won't press him on that. They as you did with the insurrection line, Chris. But I wonder, and again, and I said here on the show after running clips, I said, Chris, part of a great politician, and you and I have seen these people over the years, in sensitive subjects like this, will say to themselves, or even when they craft the speech, look, I know people who voted for me, and I know people who didn't vote for me. And I can still say things to make the people who voted for me happy. But, Chris, at least respect the other people and say, hey, I know this is a touchy subject. I understand that. We aim to do better here in Connecticut. I will meet with federal officials, whatever. But I was shocked, Chris, as you say, at the tone of that, the defiance. And you're right. I even asked myself, I said, boy, somewhere even George Wallace is shaking his head here. It was just so unstatesperson-like. I was shocked by it. I was.
Well, it was secessionist. It was nullificationist. It was insurrectionary. It's just so ironic, when Trump's people invaded the Capitol, that was insurrection. What the hell is this? It's the same thing.
Yeah. Chris Powell is the guest. We'll get back to open phones momentarily at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Also, Chris, you are pointing out in your latest column, I'm shocked. Hypocrisy on housing and on the environment, Chris. Tell me it's not happening. It is, but go ahead and try and convince me.
Well, the environmental extremists in Connecticut, they want the legislature to pass a big new punitive tax on oil producers and natural gas producers. It's to punish them for their decades of, producing the fuels that we use. Mm-hmm. As if it's the fault of the producers that everybody in Connecticut is using oil and natural gas. But the environmental extremists, they can't be seen to be calling for putting a tax on the users of the fuels they think are destroying the environment. No, they want to scapegoat the oil companies and the gas companies, as if the oil companies and the gas companies are making us use oil and gas. What these people really want, they want a big new wholesale tax on oil and gas. We already have a big wholesale tax on energy in Connecticut. It's the gross receipts tax, which is estimated to add about 26 cents per gallon of the gas price. There's taxes on gas that we can see at the pump, but the gross receipts tax, which we already have, we can't see. The tax that the environmental extremists are proposing for Connecticut, we wouldn't be able to see at all. That would be a tax directly on the producers. And how would they recover it? Of course, they'd raise taxes.
Shocking.
They'd raise prices, and everybody in Connecticut would have to pay more for oil and gas and electricity and heat. But people would blame the oil and gas producers. They wouldn't understand that the prices had gone up because their own governor and legislators had enacted a big hidden wholesale tax. And this, the environmentalists really don't believe in their own issue. They don't believe their issue can persuade people. They want to destroy the oil and gas companies with hidden taxes. Well, we have enough hidden taxes in Connecticut. If we really should have higher gas and oil prices, let's come out and do it in the open and say so.
Yeah.
And put the tax on as a sales tax that all of us who use oil and gas will have to pay, and we'll understand, who's responsible for it, and there'll be some possibility of political accountability. But the environmentalists can't stand that because they realize nobody'd ever go along with it.
Of course not. Yes, because even Democrats drive cars and have to heat their homes. And finally, speaking of that, homes, Chris Powell, we have been told now with the special session underway that something being bandied about as rent reform or landlord reform is next up on the docket.
Oh, the governor has endorsed a proposal to put rent control on apartment properties that are already existing, but they're purchased by new owners. He's also proposed or endorsed rent control on properties purchased by out-of-state owners, which is just the most cynical demagoguery. Let's put taxes on people, excuse me, who can't vote in Connecticut.
Yeah.
Rent control is the surest way to discourage housing construction. Mm-hmm. Why would anybody renovate or build apartments in Connecticut if he isn't sure he can make some money on it? We've got all sorts of apartment buildings and tenements in Connecticut whose rents are not high enough to support the maintenance.
Yeah.
You see what's going on in the concierge apartments in Rocky Hill.
Rocky Hill, yeah.
These proposals for rent control show me the Democrats and the governor don't really think that their new housing bill is going to create much housing at all. They think that the only way they're going to get rents down is by rent control, which is the surest way to deter housing construction. The only way to get rents down is to unleash housing construction, to make sure people can build a lot of housing so that the supply exceeds the demand.
Economics 101. Chris Powell. Check it out, chrispowellcolumn.com. Chris, as always, thank you so much. Appreciate it. We'll talk in a few weeks. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Paul.
All right, there you go. Yeah, he's right. Yeah, that's I never even thought of that angle, right? The governor of Connecticut wants to penalize landlords who can't even vote here.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound accident approaching the West Rock Tunnel has things backing up to Route 34, exit 42 A and B. 95 northbound volume delays getting through Fairfield, and on the Upper Merritt you have an in trouble going into Route 25. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight with a low in the low 20s. Tomorrow is sunny and windy with a high in the mid-30s. Friday sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven uses a three-dimensional CT scan, which allows precise placement of dental implants and root canal therapy. Their restorative services are designed to improve the function and aesthetics of your smile, as well as your overall oral health. Call Columbia Dental today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Smilow Cancer Hospital delivers the pioneering research of Yale Cancer Center, like targeted therapies based on your genetic makeup and groundbreaking clinical trials that offer hope when you need it most. All delivered by a multidisciplinary team dedicated to you and your specific type of cancer. Smilow Cancer Hospital and Yale Cancer Center. We're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. An Arizona man was detained by authorities as a person of interest in the case of missing 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie. He's now been released and says,
I hope they get the suspect, because I'm not it. Everybody do their job and find the suspect that did it so they can clear my name. I'm done.
CBS's Chris Van Cleve on what prompted the FAA to temporarily shut down the airspace over El Paso, Texas last night.
It appears to stem fundamentally from a disagreement between the FAA and the Department of Defense about some anti-drone technology testing.
A grand jury declined to indict Democratic lawmakers over a video urging U.S. troops to reject illegal orders. Senator Mark Kelly.
We have a right to free speech, to lawfully speak out and protest our government without fear of retaliation.
CBS News Brief. I'm Stacey Lynn.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Bridgeport Board of Education is seeking a $106 million increase in their budget for the 2026-2027 school year. At the board meeting last night, members decided to increase the proposed budget to bring back staffing and programming that the district had eliminated in years prior. Interim Superintendent Dr. Royce Avery had initially proposed a $338.5 million budget, but board members voted at the meeting Tuesday to increase it to about $400 million. Avery said he, quote, knows they're asking for a lot. According to a post in Hearst Media, City Finance Director Ken Flato said in a statement that, quote, the city has never received an annual budget request before for such an extraordinarily large proposed increase in funding. For a third straight day, an elementary school in Oxford was closed. Power interruptions over the weekend caused frozen pipes, which affected the heating system at the Quaker Farms school. Classes will resume tomorrow with a 3-hour delay and no morning pre-K. Advocates across the state are launching a new program to ensure that Connecticut residents have access to quality, affordable health care. The Health Justice Now campaign is rolling out in the wake of Medicaid cuts that have impacted working-class families. Organizers say it is an effort to preserve coverage that residents already have and extend access to affordable care for those who are losing coverage. East Hartford Democratic State Senator Dr. Sawad Anwar said that a healthier population leads to a healthier economy.
For every dollar that is spent on prevention, we save $4 in the cost of healthcare. We recognize that if we are providing preventive healthcare, the entire cost of healthcare is going to come down for everyone. And healthy workforce makes healthy economy.
Middletown Democratic State Senator Matt Lesser also said of the program, quote, we have to take care of our neighbors. We have to take care of one another. State Republicans are working to make Connecticut affordable again. This week, GOP leaders, including Minority Leader Steve Harding, proposed a new plan to address the, quote, affordability crisis residents are facing, while also taking aim at Democratic policies that they claim have exacerbated the problem.
The Democrats have had a stranglehold on this building for the better part of 30 years. They've led us to the third highest taxes, income taxes in the country. They've led us to the third highest electric rates in the country. They've led us to a point where by most metrics we have the highest reliance on property tax in the country, and now all of a sudden they're worried about affordability.
The bulk of the initiative is a, quote, working class car tax elimination and a major income tax cut for working class families. Greenwich State Senator Ryan Fazio, who is also a declared gubernatorial candidate, said the plan also includes the elimination of public benefits charges from electric bills that could lower those bills by 15 to 20% every month for the average Connecticut family.
There is so much pork stuffed in our public benefits tax that it would boggle the mind. Over 50 different government programs passed by the legislature and the governor over many years. Over the next several years, we could eliminate some of those programs, cut others, and fund the most necessary ones through the normal budget process in order to provide relief for our residents.
Today, February 11th, is the 50th anniversary of United Way of Connecticut 211. Operated by the United Way of Connecticut, 211 is a free confidential information and referral service that connects people to essential health and human services support. In December, Governor Ned Lamont released $2.6 million in state funding through the Emergency State Response Reserve to assist 211 in hiring additional frontline staff to help reduce wait times. And the UConn men's basketball team is looking for a win on the road. The Huskies are in Indianapolis, where they will face Butler tonight at 7:30 p.m. UConn is 22-2 overall. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15, northbound accident approaching the West Rock Tunnel has things backing up to Route 34, exit 42 A and B. 95 northbound, volume delays getting through Fairfield, and on the Albert Merritt, you have it in Trumbull going into Route 25. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look in your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 20s. Tomorrow, sunny and windy with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
If it's happening in Fairfield County, Paul's talking about it with you. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, thanks once again to our last guest, Chris Powell. You may agree, you may disagree. You could read his columns at chrispowellcolumns.com. He was the managing editor of the Journal-Enquirer of Manchester, still one of the best papers in the U.S. They've been absorbed, though, recently by the Hearst chain. So we go with that. All right. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, talk or text. A lot of folks reading this same story I am from the Hearst people here, saying there is consternation at the Capitol because the governor, he's not cutting state funding for education. He's holding it flat. Oh, my God, we can't do that now, can we? And again, I respect teachers. I respect educators. I respect paraprofessionals. I respect the school boards, boards of education. I respect it all. But when is enough money enough? And I'm not trying to be pedantic here when I say that and wagging my finger at you, but after a while. Well, you see, that's where the formula has to be redone for the educational cost sharing formula. All right, well, then freaking do it. Kudos to Hearst for pointing this out. And the story that we read, they've been talking about it. Well, it's kind of been out of whack since 2013. What are you waiting for? What is everybody waiting for? Why is nothing done on this? I'm not saying I know how to do it. Lord knows I'm the last person that you should ask substantive stuff about this. But what I like to do is kind of bring this stuff up and say, hey, is anybody earning their money there? Or is it just kind of doling out money? By the way, apparently there's more funny business going on with some of this money that was doled out in Hartford to nonprofits. And apparently it has to do now with somebody in Waterbury. So we'll talk about that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Dave in Brantford is with us at 20 before. Dave, how are you?
Pretty good. Paul, let me amplify a point Mr. Powell made.
Yes.
Who was very excellent. It was about the fee to be levied on the fossil fuel companies.
Yeah.
And it's funny because in yesterday's New Haven Register, there was an opinion piece called The Truth Behind the Climate Superfund in Connecticut, written by a chapter organizer for the Sierra Club.
Uh-huh.
And she made the most economically illiterate point I do believe I've ever read, which is the Climate Superfund fee, which is what the tax will be called, is based on a company's past pollution, not their current production.
Yeah, of course.
Here's the confusing part. This means it's considered a fixed cost, which is something the oil companies can't simply pass on to consumers without risking their profits. In other words, the policy makes polluters pay their fair share without raising prices for the rest of us. That makes no sense at all. It's obviously going to come out of their current cash flow. It's $3 billion a year. You can't assess a tax on what you did, 5, 10, 20 years ago. And, Paul, I ask you to consider this, and I'll bet you did it too.
Yeah.
In the 70s, I drove a 375 horsepower V8 car that got about 8 or 10 miles to the gallon.
Of course.
And no doubt it contributed pollution.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if you got a tax bill for the pollution that you caused 50 years ago, and your percentage of the cost? And, of course, it's not going to cost you anything now.
Of course not.
You're paying for past pollution.
Yeah.
So it's not a new tax. That's delusional thinking
because
by the Sierra Club.
they do that, Dave, because they know if they base it over past pollution, when, as you say, I even go back to those cars, my dad's cars, that's when you were cranking out a lot more pollution, and there were no such thing as EVs. Now, heck, my pedestrian 2019 Hyundai Elantra, if I stay on the highway, Dave, I get 38, 39 a gallon. And you got all these EVs, so the money spigot, if they didn't base it on the past, it wouldn't be there. The money wouldn't be there.
I want to end on this. The dastardly William Tong is part of the same lawsuit for these fossil fuel companies, that would be Exxon and Shell, because he claims they falsely hid the dangers of climate change since the 1950s, and therefore they need to pay $3 billion with a B dollars for their sins right now. And they foolishly allege it's not going to cost the consumers anything.
Of course,
because it's a fine for past sins.
Yeah.
And Paul, where's the money going to come from?
Well, exactly.
My Constitution says there shall be no ex post facto laws. I can't think of anything more than an after the fact law than to sue somebody for the oil they burned 50 years ago.
And and Dave, thank you for the call, my friend. As always, great stuff there. And that's exactly what we want to do, right, folks? Hand the Connecticut General Assembly $3 billion more. And you know what? They'll still cry about school funding. Oh, the school. Well, wait a minute. We just handed you another $3 billion of a fine on political. Well, no, that's got to go to environmental things. I see, but folks, I'm telling you, this is what you get when a lot of you, not maybe people who listen to this show, this is what a lot of you get when you vote for the same Stu Nods every 2 years like clockwork. Vincent in New Haven. Vincent, how are you?
Good, Paul. Well, kudos to you for bringing this subject up. That was a great conversation just now.
Yes.
And you said it earlier, and if I'm not mistaken, when they passed the gambling, that money was supposed to go into education. And I think that lasted 1 year, and then it went into the general fund.
Oh, shocking. Yeah, there's a shock.
So
huh?
now you got the gambling money, got some marijuana money, got the gas tax and the cigarette tax.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me out of those 4 programs you can't get enough money for education?
They must think we're all stupid, Vin. They must think we're all.
Don't get it. And another good point you just made.
Yeah.
Every 2 years you vote for the same knuckleheads, and this is what you get.
Oh.
All right, Paul. Thank you.
Vincent,
Very
thank you,
good,
my
Paul.
friend. Thank you. My hometown of New Haven. Thank you, sir. Yes, the city of Elms. As I grew up in the wonderful little Westville section of the great Elm City.
Celebrate love at Riverview Bistro's Valentine's Day Dinner Dance. Your evening includes 1 hour of assorted hors d'oeuvres, choice of dinner and dessert, and entertainment by the area's favorite DJ and vocalist, Billy Lopez. Love is in the air and on the menu, making RVB the perfect place for you and your love to dine and dance the night away. Looking for something a little more low-key? Regular dinner service will be available in the dining room and bar. Call 203-690-1616 to make your reservation today. Riverview Bistro.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC's 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
A very choppy market on Wall Street today, initially cheered by the gains in payroll employment in January. 130,000 jobs created, the unemployment rate dipping to 4.3%. But last year's employment gains virtually wiped out. Instead of 584,000 jobs added, over 100,000 instead. Virtually a flat year for employment, particularly from Liberation Day in April onward. Very little employment growth. Meanwhile, we had the markets also responding to better than expected earnings from a handful of companies, and we had some concerns also now about the United States possibly moving a second aircraft carrier toward Iran. That pushed oil prices up rather dramatically, while stocks pulled back today. The Dow down 66 3/4 points, S&P down a third, the Nasdaq down 36 points on the day. Mild losses across the board. Meanwhile, though, oil was up $1.07 to $65.03, gold up $80 to $5,111, silver up $3.88 to $84.27. Long-term bond yields rose on the stronger than expected economic data. The dollar also firmed.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway northbound accident approaching exit 28 on the Wilbur Cross northbound. A crash approaching the West Rock Tunnel. 95 northbound, about 45 minutes. Stanford through Fairfield and out of New Haven on 95 south. You are jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. I'm Edge Krause, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight with a low in the low 20s. Tomorrow is sunny and windy with a high in the mid-30s. Friday sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You've got the questions. Paul has the answers. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Well, I wish I had I don't have an answer to a lot of stuff, but the one I wish I had an answer to, why is there never enough funding for education? Story today in some of the Hearst publications there, people are saying in Hartford, oh, this is they're using the word train wreck for education in the state. And I looked at the story and I said, well, geez, I don't think the governor mandated any cuts here. And he said, no, he's holding the education assistance money from Hartford flat for the next year. Well, okay. And then people complain and they say, well, the education cost sharing formula hasn't been modified or fixed the way it should be. Well, all right, freaking fix it. I'm sorry, folks. I can't take this anymore. I can't take everything being a crisis, and the only way to solve it is by raising taxes. How about some creative thinking? How about tapping into some of the smart people we supposedly have and fix the freaking thing? Kudos to the Hearst story today by Natasha Sokoloff there, pointing out that people saying, well, this cost-sharing formula, which is made, which is tied into some indicators to make sure that all 169 cities and towns are created equal with that. Kudos to them to point out, well, it hasn't been adjusted in 13 years. I ask a simple question. What are people waiting for? Now, here's the reason. The majority in Hartford doesn't have to do anything on this because they are guaranteed every 2 years that the Stunads will march off like the March of the Gavons, and they'll go ahead and they'll get reelected. This is why we don't ever make any real progress on the big issues in the state. We don't. Utility rates every year, every stinking year. Hey, look at that. Connecticut's number 2 or 3 in the country every year. Energy costs. And the governor says, well, we need more fossil fuels. We need more natural gas. Oh, no, we can't have natural gas. Why not? Because we're all going to die. I'm done with it. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. We have all these revenue streams coming in. We have the gambling money. We have the marijuana money. We have the cigarette tax. We have the alcohol tax. All this stuff that was supposed to help Connecticut. And how do we still not have enough money for education? Explain that to me. I don't understand it. 13 years people have been saying, well, we have to fix this education cost sharing fund. Well, fix it. Fix it. And I know a lot of you say, well, what do the Republicans want to do? It doesn't matter because the Republicans could have the formula to cure cancer in Hartford and the Democrats wouldn't give it a public hearing. That's how things work in this state. I'm sick and tired of people screaming from the heavens in this state that the world is ending, yet nobody makes an effort to stop it. Bob in Trumbull is here. Bob, what's up with you?
Oh, Reverend Paul, today's sermon is just very depressing.
Well, Bob, after a while, it's like, come on, these are not serious people we're dealing with. They're just not.
No, think about it. The natural gas. These Democrats are all natural gas. They put out so much methane, it's ridiculous.
You stayed on hold just to give me that line?
No.
Well, I got to go. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it. Oh, God. I mean, but to Bob's point, Even the governor said, even Governor Ned Lamont, hardly a conservative, who said, hey, we need more natural gas in the state, and he gets booed. Like, come on. Stop it. You can't say no to everything. What about a cogent plan for our energy grid, for the infrastructure? We had people last year in hearings in Hartford saying, hey, with all the energy we're going to need with these data centers, we need at least 3 or 4 or 5 new generation plants. Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. Right? What happened with that? Nothing is going to happen with that anyway. No, because people keep electing people who do nothing. Do you understand, folks? I hate to keep hammering it into you. They do nothing. Clarissa in Bridgeport. Clarissa, how are you? What's up today?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, Clarissa.
In reference to what you said about the money in the number one, some states have what you call an accountability agent that makes sure the monies are budgeted correctly as it should. Something Connecticut could adopt. Number two, as far as the monies for the children's breakfast, that's wasteful spending. If every parent provided breakfast for their children, you'd have monies in order to help education in a better way. So what Ned Lamont did recently, while it looks good, it was just a ploy to make him look good to be reelected. No disrespect to the governor. Number three, the lottery monies that should be subsidizing energy and so forth, that's why you need an accountability agent. Where's all that money going? And who's sharing the budget in Hartford like many cities do? That's something that needs to be done. Thank you for allowing me.
Thank you, Clarissa. It's always good to hear your fine and cogent thoughts. Yeah. And again, folks, listen, I don't like talking the state down. I don't. But every year, it's the same thing. Every year. And every one of these surveys that comes out, right? Whether it's Fox Business or the Wall Street Journal or CNBC or CBS Market Watch or Wallet Hub or any one of these major business organizations that look at Connecticut compared to other states, and they try to do it in an objective, empirical way with numbers and ratings, and we are annually in the category of lousy numbers for business. And yet, does anybody at the Capitol work on that? No. What are they working on this session? How to charge businesses more? I told you, there's actually a bill in Harvard. Now, this may not even get out of committee, but this is where the thinking is in the state. They get this now. Now, in fact, well, you know what? Let's take a break here, and I'll come back, and I tell you what this bill is about. But this really encapsulates what the problem is here in Connecticut.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway northbound accident approaching exit 28 on the Wilbur Cross northbound. A crash approaching the West Rock Tunnel. 95 northbound about 45 minutes. Stamford through Fairfield and out of New Haven on 95 south. You are jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 20s. Tomorrow sunny and windy with a high in the mid-30s. Friday sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
The Snow Country Ski Report brought to you by Land Rover Fairfield. Discover your next Land Rover on Commerce Drive in Fairfield. Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best, better taste, better nutrition, better eggs. Nearby slopes in top shape as we head into the 3-day President's Weekend with comfortable weather too. It's all falling into place for Southington, Powder Ridge, Sundown, and Mohawk in Connecticut. All four 100% day and night with snow tubing at Powder Ridge and Mohawk. They were skiing and riding in fresh falling snow at Mohawk on Wednesday. Ski Sundown with a demo day Saturday to try out the latest skis and boards. Ski Butternut with 14 miles of packed powder in the Berkshires. They're 100%, and so's Wachusett with action day and night. And 4 inches of fresh snow on Wednesday. Stratton, Bromley, Magic, and Bolton Valley all woke up to 4 inches of fresh snow in Vermont on Wednesday. So did Killington and Pico. Smuggler's Notch with 5 inches fresh picked up 13 inches since Saturday. This report presented by Smuggler's Notch, Vermont, America's family resort. Visit smugs.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, real quick before the news, Bob in Weston. Bob, you got about 30 seconds. What's up?
Hey, Paul. Robots.
Yeah.
AI.
Yeah.
The kids are on the screens already. A lot of these teachers get rid of tenure, reward the really smart ones, and like you said, get the real academics in here. Get the people that could tell the teachers what they should be teaching. But I like the robot idea.
Yeah, listen, and Bob, thank you. Maybe that's not coming yet, but listen, we're on the cusp here of now again, we're already seeing it with job losses here. And I'm not anti-union, I'm not anti-teacher, whatever, but my God, my indicator in life is when I see the same problems over and over and over and over and over and over again, that's a signal to me that we need fresh thinking and some fresh ideas, and people need a good kick in the rear.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Stacey Lynn. A massive search is underway near Nancy Guthrie's home. CBS's Andres Gutierrez is in Tucson, Arizona.
They are fanned out in that neighborhood, searching multiple roadways. According to the FBI's field office, they are trying to find any little clue that could perhaps find Nancy, or again, perhaps any evidence that the suspect got rid of when they ended up perpetrating this kidnapping.
Police in British Columbia say while they have no motive yet for why an 18-year-old carried out a mass shooting at a school and home.
We do believe the suspect acted alone, and there are currently no other outstanding suspects.
A heated hearing on Capitol Hill today where Democrat Jerry Nadler questioned Attorney General Pam Bondi on her handling of the Epstein files.
How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No, you're going to
theatrics
answer the
are
question the
ridiculous.
way I asked it.
The National Governors Association says President Trump has now agreed to invite governors of both parties to an annual meeting at the White House. Sources had said Democratic governors initially did not get the invite, but President Trump insists that's not true, posting on Truth Social, quote, "The invitations were sent to all governors other than two who I feel are not worthy of being there. Those two are from Colorado and Maryland." Some sad news from the entertainment world. Actor James Van Der Beek has died at the age of 48.
Where are you going? Spend the night.
Not tonight.
James Van Der Beek and Katie Holmes kept audiences guessing, will they or won't they, for years on Dawson's Creek. The cast always stayed close last year, reuniting for a benefit show for a reading of the original pilot. Van Der Beek was too ill to attend. Now, during his personal battle, he never let his illness define him.
What am I? And I meditated and the answer came through. I am worthy of God's love.
Matt Wolf, CBS News.
Crowds greeted a group of Buddhist monks who arrived at the Capitol today on the final stop of their 2,300-mile tour. The leader of the walk tells CBS News why they set out on their mission.
Seeing people suffer, and I keep asking myself, what can I do to help? And that is how the Walk for Peace come.
They started their journey in Fort Worth, Texas, back in October. Markets closed in the red today, the Dow down 66 points. This is CBS News.
Follow and listen to the official 48 Hours After Show post-mortem on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State Republicans are working to make Connecticut affordable again. This week, GOP leaders, including Minority Leader Steve Harding, proposed a new plan to address the, quote, affordability crisis residents are facing, while also taking aim at Democratic policies that they claim have exacerbated the problem.
The Democrats have had a stranglehold on this building for the better part of 30 years. They've led us to the third highest taxes, income taxes in the country. They've led us to the third highest electric rates in the country. They've led us to a point where by most metrics we have the highest reliance on property tax in the country, and now all of a sudden they're worried about affordability.
The bulk of the initiative is a, quote, working class car tax elimination and a major income tax cut for working class families. Greenwich State Senator Ryan Fazio, who is also a declared gubernatorial candidate, said the plan also includes the elimination of public benefits charges from electric bills that could lower those bills by 15 to 20% every month for the average Connecticut family.
There is so much pork stuffed in our public benefits tax that it would boggle the mind. Over 50 different government programs passed by the legislature and the governor over many years. Over the next several years, we could eliminate some of those programs, cut others, and fund the most necessary ones through the normal budget process in order to provide relief for our residents.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway northbound accident approaching exit 28 on the Wilbur Cross northbound. A crash approaching the West Rock Tunnel. 95 northbound, about 45 minutes. Stamford through Fairfield and out of New Haven on 95 south. You are jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight with a low in the low 20s. Tomorrow is sunny and windy with a high in the mid-30s. Friday sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Where we just heard our buddy, our pal, Steve Harding, friend of the program here, Senate Republican leader, say, the past 30 years, this has been ridiculous. Our taxes keep going up. Connecticut's tax burden is one of the highest in the country. Our utility bills are one of the highest in the country. We're still scrambling to pay off everything. And again, there is no new thinking here. Now, kudos to Ryan Fazio. I don't know if he's going to be the nominee. It could be Aaron Stewart. I don't know. But I'll tell you what's going to happen. Either he or Aaron is going to say, hey, let's do something differently, and the Democrats are just going to say Trump. That's all they'll say, and they'll probably win. Hi, how are you? It's hour number 4 of the program. I've been in a mood today, and I all got triggered today when I'm reading a story in the Stanford Advocate about how the state education funding is now being described by some people as a train wreck. Why? What did Governor Lamont do? Nothing. He kept the funding flat. When is enough when it comes to school funding, and why is there never, at least outwardly, that I can pick up here from just being behind the mic and gazing out at the body politic all day, why is there never, ever a mass idea to bring in outside people and take a look at how Connecticut operates. Well, we know why, because certain people don't want to get the they don't want to get the answer here. I know there are state auditors. I get that. There should be 10 times the amount we have. And yes, I applaud the governor because he has installed, with the help of Republicans, by the way, if you remember, some fiscal sanity in this state. But people are constantly nickeled and dimed to death, and we're given all these new, quote-unquote, revenue streams, marijuana, sports gambling, the lottery, this and the other, and that. And there is still, we get this cacophony of terror. Oh, there's not enough money. How is there not enough money? We have one of the highest tax burdens in the entire country. Our property taxes on a local level in many municipalities is nuts. And there's still not enough money. Explain to me how that works. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm telling you, this state needs, and it's not like the state is going up in flames, but I'm sorry, the idea of treating taxpayers here on the local level and on the state level as ATMs, it's got to stop. It's got to stop. Taxes are political junk food. It's easy. They're like political potato chips. You can scarf them down, but nutritionally, they're not good. Real quick, Charles in Danbury. Charles, how are you? What's up?
Good afternoon, or good evening. How you doing?
Good. What's going on?
Reflecting on changing topics here. Reflecting on the Pam Bondi stuff that happened earlier today.
Yeah.
And there's a great, I don't know if you listened to Sean Ryan. He had a great interview with Congressman Ro Khanna, who I guess him and Tom Massey are kind of the real big pushers in Congress with the Epstein files.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts as to, one of the theories is, there's two Americas. There's you and me, and then there's the rich and powerful who can kind of worm their way out of these situations. And when it comes to the Epstein files and what you heard from Pam Bondi today, doesn't sound like they're too eager to go after anyone. And then you, let me just finish this one thing here. And then, blank from my mind, but
sorry.
Pretty much, the distractions that Trump may. This is one of their theories. That Trump throws up these ridiculous things like the Canadian Bridge, how China is going to take away the Stanley Cup.
Yeah,
like he throws out these crazy things out there. Yeah, Trump. Come on, Paul. Trump is not fit for office. To be saying like China's going to take away the Stanley Cup.
Of course they're not going to.
I know you're a hockey game.
I know they're not going to take away.
But these are all distractions to keep our eyes away from the Epstein files. So,
here's Charles.
Love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, here's my thing about the Epstein files. Real quick, because I got to guess away. And I've said this before. The Epstein files, I think, both sides realize are political nuclear weapons. I'm dead serious about this. I've said this before. I believe that, and again, Charles, I don't know whether you learned it, I learned it in school, and it's still evident. It's the theory of mutual assured destruction, MAD. That no matter how many warheads the U.S. and the Eastern Bloc had during the Cold War and even up to today, you threaten, but you don't really use them. And I think there are plenty of people on both sides that know, now they may not be talking about it, but they know who's the worst of the worst in the Epstein files. But I honestly, Charles, and I've said this before to people listening, I think there's kind of a little gentle ladies agreement that, okay, with the Epstein files, we're going to stop short on this mark, and we agree we're not going to go there? Oh, okay, we won't go there.
You know that the most popular person in your office is the one who brings the breakfast. And this time, that's you. With a little help from the Voice of Connecticut, make your way to voiceofct.com and enter to win the Breakfast Brigade. We'll grab a bunch of treats from Cakes by Sonia and head directly to your office. Impress your boss and be the hero of all your coworkers with the WICC Breakfast Brigade. Coming to your office soon.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
If you get injured in an accident, it can feel like you're out there all by yourself. Insurance companies send an army of lawyers after you to lowball your claim, deny coverage, and force you to settle. At Trantolo & Trantolo, we've been standing up to the insurance companies for more than 85 years. We're on your side, and we'll get you what you're entitled to. We don't get paid until you do. If you're injured, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com. That's trantololaw.com.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
So in total, how much would you say you lost in this scam?
I would say over $1 million. I worked really hard my whole life, and I wanted someone to share it with. I thought he really did love me, but he scammed me. It's not just the money. You almost lose a part of yourself.
Every year, older Americans lose hundreds of millions of dollars to romance scams just like this. I'm Connecticut Attorney General William Tong. With AARP, we're working hard to stop these scams before they start.
Visit aarp.org/fraudwatchnetwork.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway northbound accident exit 20. Route 8 southbound accident reported just past the Merritt Parkway merge. And on the 825 connector northbound, crash at exit 1D has things backed up to 95. 95 northbound, plan on about an hour from Stamford going through Fairfield. 95 south out of New Haven, heavy congestion through Long Wharf and Milford. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 20s. Tomorrow, sunny and windy with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
WICC 695.9, celebrating 100 years as the voice of Connecticut.
And gosh darn it, happy to be doing that. Yep. Back at it with open phones, talk or text in just a bit after the news at 5:30. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Right around this time every midweek Wednesday, Dan Haar, kind enough to join us from Hearst, Connecticut Media. Mr. Haar, good afternoon, sir. How are you, sir?
Good afternoon. First time caller, long time listener.
Gee, thanks for making the call. Boy, Dan, I got to tell you, we're really now in gear here in the Capitol with the with the election year fully underway. And Dan, by what these proposals and counter proposals look like, it seems that both sides there realize that folks may be looking, Dan, for a little bit of relief, even some token gestures here. What do you make of all these plans and counter plans going on here?
Well, I think the word meaningful is at issue, right? In other words, when Lamont issues a proposal for a $200 or $400 one-time check,
yeah,
he refers specifically he and his office refer to that as meaningful, and the Republicans and the liberal Democrats refer to that as not meaningful, right? And so, interestingly, here you have the two sides coming together so much that when I wrote a column, as you may have seen, I don't know, no, we didn't talk about it last week, no, or maybe we did, criticizing the fact that people making as much as $400,000, couples, making joint filers making $400,000.
I saw that,
are still going to get $400 of a rebate.
Yeah,
right. And the argument is, well, they're still middle class, right? Well, they're in the middle class. So the Republicans want their assistance to generally go to people who are making $200,000 for joint and $100,000 for individuals.
Okay.
So I asked Steve Harding, the Senate Republican leader, during the press conference yesterday, if you oppose Lamont giving money to what we might call rich people, $400,000 in income, which, you could debate about whether that's rich. I don't think they need $400.
No.
Then would you be willing, and he's looking for, as you know, and you've probably been talking about it, and we can talk about it here, he's looking for a $1 billion tax cut in a variety of places. Mostly the income. A lot of it is income tax.
Yeah.
A lot of it is the cutting the public benefits, putting that back on away from rates. So, or actually, that's separate from the billion. My point is, if the Republicans are hell-bent on giving most or all of the assistance to lower-income people, would they be willing to accept Senator Looney, the Senate president's proposal, which hasn't been rolled out yet, but which we know is coming, for a 0.5 or a point of capital gains tax, or a 0.5% increase at the high end for people making more than, what's the high end now, $600,000, whatever it is. That's 6.99% going up to 7%. And of course, their answer was, we're focused on cutting taxes. But as somebody pointed out to me, he didn't say no, right? So you really do have the two ends coming together in the form of let's target the aid on the working poor and the working class.
And I find it interesting, Dan, and looking at that, and I did see your column on that. It's interesting that both sides, Dan, now, they've heard the rumbling, right? Both sides say, we can't just sit here on our economic laurels, even if it is, as you say, symbolic. Maybe we can just tell people, okay, we hear you, and the people and taxpayers of all ilks in the state are saying, hey, hello, what are we going to do? Hello, are you, is this thing on? Are you hearing me? I never quite seen both sides come out with ideas like this almost simultaneously.
Yeah, the one thing I would point out is the do nothing option, which is what we've been doing for the last 6 years, is pretty damn good for tax cutting.
Yeah.
Right? Because we put $10 billion into the pensions, and that essentially saves $850 million a year for the next 25 years. Right? So what that means is that we've been able to keep up with inflation without raising taxes by incomes are higher, and so percent taxes are higher. But really, we're saving $800 million a year that we would have had to put into the pensions that we can now put into other things. I get that the Republicans say that's not good enough. You need to give it back to people in their pocket, right? But it's preventing some of the usual spending creep. I think we would be remiss if we didn't go through the list of some of these things. That are being
No, go ahead.
around here.
Yeah.
And we've got the one-time rebate.
Yeah.
Right. We've got the income tax rates cut, and to be clear, the Republicans in the Senate want to eliminate the entire lowest bracket, so that people at the bottom are not really paying anything. You've got the corporate tax rate. You've got narrowing the state sales tax to exclude food and clothing.
I saw that.
Right.
Yeah.
You've got child tax credits. You've got property tax credits. That's what the House Republicans are going to propose, some significant child tax credits.
Okay.
I think. I'm sorry. Property tax credits, not child tax credits. And then here's one that you haven't heard about.
Okay.
But it's quietly being talked about, and there's a little bit of a mini debate. Piggybacking on the federal elimination of tax on tips and overtime up to certain thresholds. And I did a little reporting on this, and it turns out that it would cost $200 million to piggyback.
Yeah.
Right? And now that's not something that Democrats are embracing, but it's sort of out there. It's being talked about. And so for example, at 4.5%, a server who makes $12,000 in tips would save $560 a year.
All right.
Right?
Yeah.
And so what you're doing is you're the reason that a lot of people don't like it is because it's too targeted, right? It's only for people that make tips and overtime, right? But overtime is obviously a broader population. I just think it's worth going through what some of these things are. And of course, each thing, you can put a lever on each thing and saying how much magnitude, how much property tax credit, how much child tax credit,
exactly.
How much do we exempt food and clothing?
As long as the discussion is out there. And finally, I know you wanted to touch on this in about the minute we have left. Our president, Mr. Trump, said the other day he believes that it was subterfuge that got Richard Blumenthal elected to the U.S. Senate. Dan, is there any evidence of that?
No, there are two lies going on here from Mr. Trump.
Yeah.
Among many. And one is that he's using the fact that Richard Blumenthal, there basically are 6 Dick Blumenthals, as you know, running around, because nobody else could cover that much ground. He's using the fact that he gets reelected over and over again as proof that the Connecticut election system is fraudulent, which is, that's just midsummer madness, right? That's just crazy talk, right? That's simply ridiculous. Who was the last person that ran against Blumenthal? It was Leora Levy. Not a tight race.
No.
I don't know if she got the 40%, the mandatory 40%.
Yeah.
In any case, the other lie is that that Trump continues to say that Blumenthal claims he was a war hero. About 3 times, Blumenthal said, while I was serving in Vietnam, instead of saying while I was serving during Vietnam. That was an untruth. He apologized for it. Trump continues to say Blumenthal claims he was a war hero, and it is a knowing lie. He's lying.
Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media. Check him out. What's your next piece coming out? What should we watch for, Dan?
I can't say.
Oh.
I am writing what I can say is there's a story I'm writing about a solar farm installation. Solar farms are starting to creep into places where they don't belong.
Oh.
And I'm going to weigh in on that.
All right, Dan Haar. Dan, be good. We'll chat with you next week. Thank you, sir.
Great to be here.
All right. Now, it's solar. Wow, about that. Dan saying, hey, there's solar farms where maybe there shouldn't be.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway northbound accident exit 20. Route 8 southbound accident reported just past the Merritt Parkway merge. And on the 825 connector northbound, crash at exit 1D has things backed up to 95. 95 northbound, plan on about an hour from Stamford going through Fairfield. 95 south out of New Haven, heavy congestion through Long Wharf and Milford. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight with a low in the low 20s. Tomorrow is sunny and windy with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridgelight Financial's Taxes and Retirement event February 10th and 12th at El Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click BridgelightAdvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, President of Bridgelight Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at BridgelightAdvisors.com. BridgelightAdvisors.com.
Celebrate love at Riverview Bistro's Valentine's Day Dinner Dance. Your evening includes 1 hour of assorted hors d'oeuvres, choice of dinner and dessert, and entertainment by the area's favorite DJ and vocalist, Billy Lopez. Love is in the air and on the menu, making RVB the perfect place for you and your love to dine and dance the night away. Looking for something a little more low-key? Regular dinner service will be available in the dining room and bar. Call 203-690-1616 to make your reservation today. Riverview Bistro.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. If you're over 55 and with one of the big three carriers, like Verizon, you may notice they don't talk much about their 55-plus discounts. That's so customers like you keep paying their regular higher rates to boost their bottom line. You deserve better service, with 100% US-based experts, better value, with plans starting at $20, and a company that's built for people 50-plus, like me. Not convinced? Give your current carrier a call, ask about the 55-plus plan you've earned, see how long it takes to get a real person on the line, and if they try to talk you out of it. But if you want something better, call Consumer Cellular. We've got the same great coverage, and our US-based experts can get you switched in about 20 minutes. Switch now to Consumer Cellular and get your second month free for a limited time. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com for your second month free.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Learning more about a mass shooting at a school and home in British Columbia, Canada yesterday that left 8 people dead. Deputy Police Commissioner Dwayne McDonald.
The suspect has been identified as 18-year-old Jesse Van Rootselaar, who is a resident of Tumbler Ridge.
An extensive search is underway in Tucson, Arizona, near Nancy Guthrie's home. Former NYPD Detective Kirk Burkhalter.
I would think that they are looking for more forensic evidence or something that may have been tossed out of a car window and so forth, as opposed to an actual person.
They released surveillance footage yesterday showing a man in a ski mask and gloves on her front porch the day she went missing. Actor James Van Der Beek has died of cancer at the age 48. One of his popular roles was Varsity Blues.
We'll play the next 24 minutes for the next 24 minutes. And we'll leave it all out on the field.
He was also Dawson in Dawson's Creek. CBS News Brief. I'm Stacey Litt.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State Republicans are working to make Connecticut affordable again. This week, GOP leaders, including Minority Leader Steve Harding, proposed a new plan to address the, quote, affordability crisis residents are facing, while also taking aim at Democratic policies that they claim have exacerbated the problem.
The Democrats have had a stranglehold on this building for the better part of 30 years. They've led us to the third highest taxes, income taxes in the country. They've led us to the third highest electric rates in the country. They've led us to a point where by most metrics we have the highest reliance on property tax in the country, and now all of a sudden they're worried about affordability.
The bulk of the initiative is a, quote, working class car tax elimination and a major income tax cut for working class families. Greenwich State Senator Ryan Fazio, who is also a declared gubernatorial candidate, said the plan also includes the elimination of public benefits charges from electric bills that could lower those bills by 15 to 20% every month for the average Connecticut family.
There is so much pork stuffed in our public benefits tax that it would boggle the mind. Over 50 different government programs passed by the legislature and the governor over many years. Over the next several years, we could eliminate some of those programs, cut others, and fund the most necessary ones through the normal budget process in order to provide relief for our residents.
A Connecticut man is still hospitalized after being pinned under a car in Bridgeport earlier this week. It happened near East Washington Avenue around 7:30 p.m. Monday. According to police reports, the 63-year-old pedestrian was walking westbound down the eastbound lanes of East Washington when he stumbled and fell into the roadway. That is when he was hit by a 56-year-old female driver who stayed at the scene and is cooperating with the investigation. The Stanford parents who pleaded guilty to the death of their 2-year-old son, Liam Rivera, are still awaiting sentencing. Both Edgar Ismael Gomez and Iris Rivera Santos were expected to be sentenced to 16 years each Tuesday. Superior Court Judge Gary White said Tuesday that the sentence the court offered in exchange for the parents' pleas was, quote, too light. Judge White said more time for each is appropriate and proposed 20 years for Rivera Santos and 18 years for Ismael Gomez. Attorneys for both defendants will now decide whether they'll accept the new offers or go back to trial in late April. The Bridgeport Board of Education is seeking a $106 million increase in their budget for the 2026-2027 school year. At the board meeting last night, members decided to increase the proposed budget to bring back staffing and programming that the district had eliminated in years prior. Interim Superintendent Dr. Royce Avery had initially proposed a $338.5 million budget, but board members voted at the meeting Tuesday to increase it to about $400 million. Avery said he, quote, knows they're asking for a lot. According to a post in Hearst Media, City Finance Director Ken Flato said in a statement that, quote, the city has never received an annual budget request before for such an extraordinary large proposed increase in funding. For a third straight day, an elementary school in Oxford was closed. Power interruptions over the weekend caused frozen pipes, which affected the heating system at the Quaker Farms school. Classes will resume tomorrow with a 3-hour delay and no morning pre-K. Today, February 11th, is the 50th anniversary of United Way of Connecticut 211. Operated by the United Way of Connecticut, 211 is a free confidential information and referral service that connects people to essential health and human services support. In December, Governor Ned Lamont released $2.6 million in state funding through the Emergency State Response Reserve to assist 211 in hiring additional frontline staff to help reduce wait times. Advocates across the state are launching a new program to ensure that Connecticut residents have access to quality, affordable health care. The Health Justice Now campaign is rolling out in the wake of Medicaid cuts that have impacted working-class families. Organizers say it is an effort to preserve coverage that residents already have and extend access to affordable care for those who are losing coverage. East Hartford Democratic State Senator Dr. Saad Anwar said that a healthier population leads to a healthier economy.
For every dollar that is spent on prevention, we save $4 in the cost of healthcare. We recognize that if we are providing preventive healthcare, the entire cost of healthcare is going to come down for everyone. And healthy workforce makes healthy economy.
Middletown Democratic State Senator Matt Lesser also said of the program, quote, we have to take care of our neighbors. We have to take care of one another. And the UConn men's basketball team is looking for a win on the road. The Huskies are in Indianapolis, where they will face Butler tonight at 7:30. UConn is 22-2 overall. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour, Greenwich through Fairfield on the 825 connector. Northbound, an accident remains at exit 1D on the Parkway northbound. Residual delays in Norwalk, Westport, and Fairfield from earlier issues that have been cleared. And out of New Haven, 95 South, you're jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 20s. Tomorrow, sunny and windy with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
If Stratford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Might open phones for about another 20 minutes or so, give or take some time. Couple of things in the news here that I'm going to tell you about that, and again, illustrate how my business has just gone down the crapper for the last 20 or 30 years, and how there is a fear to really report certain things and ask questions. And a question that should be asked that is never, well, may be asked by investigators, but it's never offered to the general public. What do I mean by all that? Tell you coming up momentarily. Phil in Derby is with us. Hey, Phil, good afternoon. How are you?
Paul, how you doing?
Good, Phil. What's up?
Great show, Paul. I tell you, I'm so glad that you're bringing this out to the people in this state about these property tax. Quick, I don't want to take too much time.
Yeah.
I'm in my early 80s. I'm a Vietnam era veteran.
God bless you.
Era veteran.
Sure.
Here's what I got to say.
Yeah.
There's stuff going on. I mean, there's things. I've been doing research. I got some Newsweek stuff. I think you're probably interested. Michigan's got a Senate bill.
Yeah.
Which 292, which would exempt seniors over the age of 70 property tax. Minnesota.
Wow.
The bill HF 403. This homestead credit. I went down to city town hall a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Well, you have to be at a certain level. I mean, in other words, you got to be on the street. So come on, Paul.
No,
I said, well, I didn't pitch my tent yet. Come on. Killing us over here. Look, Paul.
Yeah.
I retired from a power company 30 years. My dad was 35 years in hydro. Yeah. I'm proud. God bless him. He was one in a million, and I'm proud that I did what I did.
Good for you.
I worked all those storms and everything.
Oh.
Earned it. I don't want these people coming, well, look at that poverty level. You're not near that. You know what the average right now in Connecticut? I think average is around $95,000 in Connecticut. Not poverty, not 40. That's the average. That's not Vermont with his tens of millions. That's regular working people and retired guys like me.
Yeah.
They're not doing it. Oklahoma frees property taxes for senior homeowners. Listen to this, Oregon.
Yeah.
They're already doing. Here's Texas Senate Bill 4 and 23. Their exemption is already $100,000. They're going to increase it to $140,000. There's a lot going on. It's all Republican baseball, like you were saying.
Well, there you go, Phil. What are the odds any of that, Phil, is going to happen here in Connecticut? What do you think? What do you think?
Look, maybe I'm missing something here, Paul.
No, you're not.
What is wrong with these people, Democrats? I mean, it's like sheep being led to the financial slaughter. I mean, I don't care what designation, Democrat, Republican, Independent. You mean the guy down the street from me is paying and saying it's okay?
Yeah.
Vermont's doing a good job. We're going to get a $400.
I know.
Holy Jesus.
Boy, that $400, Phil. Don't spend it all in one spot. Oh,
I'm going to send it back, Paul. I feel guilty. I can't take it.
No. You take that money. And Phil, thanks for the call, my friend. Appreciate it. God bless you.
Coast to coast, buddy.
You and me, buddy, on coast to coast. No, don't give the money back. You take it. Anybody wants to give me money, fine. But again, I have a friend of mine in the media. She moved out of Glastonbury about 10, 12 years ago. She's in the Carolinas now. She said, Paul, I never thought I'd leave Connecticut. She's a New Hampshire girl and then moved down here. You would trust me. You would recognize her name. Media friend of mine, but she's in the Carolinas now saying, man, I could have done this 5 years earlier. It is going along with what our last caller just said, it is mind-numbing how different. And maybe people migrate to where they want to be. I don't know, but isn't it interesting how bipolar we are? Like Phil said, in a lot of red-leaning states who will make every effort to cut taxes, and a lot of blue-leaning states who will say, well, because we have to pay for this and we have to pay for that. Oh, okay. Wouldn't it be nice if we could somehow meet in the middle or possibly thereabouts, right?
When life turns uncertain, Bridgeport Rescue Mission is here, providing food, shelter, and support to local families and individuals when they need it most.
Did you know that Sage Healthcare is a free multidisciplinary community clinic embedded with the Bridgeport Rescue Mission? Sage Healthcare, no cost, no barriers, just healthcare.
Give today for hope for tomorrow. Go to bridgeportrescuemission.org. Let your donation restore hope. bridgeportrescuemission.org.
The rave reviews for Fairfield Motorworks say it all. Ron in Fairfield bought his Mercedes and says, love this place. I've finally found a mechanic I can trust. Diane in Shelton had her Nissan serviced and says, this shop is the best. They go above and beyond for the mechanics you can trust. Bring your car to Fairfield Motorworks. 203-333-1800. Fairfield Motorworks in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Motorworks. 203-333-1800.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour, Greenwich through Fairfield on the 825 connector. Northbound, an accident remains at exit 1D on the Parkway northbound. Residual delays in Norwalk, Westport, and Fairfield from earlier issues that have been cleared. And out of New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight with a low in the low 20s. Tomorrow is sunny and windy with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Got something to say? Give Paul a call. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Here's a question I have with this whole Jeffrey Epstein thing. That, again, to me, is sitting there as plain as the nose on my face, and yours too. That nobody seems to want to answer here. And you're going to see all the yelling and shouting today in Congress and the Jeffrey Epstein victims. And please, I am in no way, shape, or form poo-pooing anything this guy did. Okay? But ask yourselves this. Why was he given? And again, this all goes back to maybe why we may not be getting the straight story now. Why was he given what a lot of people say was a sweetheart deal on the first time he was actually convicted on something? And again, why did so many of these people associate with him after his initial and only conviction? His first conviction on sex charges happened in June of 2008, 11 years before he allegedly committed suicide, all right? And I remember this, under a controversial plea deal negotiated, says here, by then U.S. Attorney Alexander Acosta, Epstein avoided federal prosecution for sex trafficking by pleading guilty to 2 state charges in Palm Beach County. So because he acquiesced to 2 state charges, the feds didn't do anything. Why is that? See, again, this is one of these questions that never gets asked because people will they don't want the answers. Yes, the classic Jack Nicholson and A Few Good Men, you can't handle the truth. The plea deal was 1 count of soliciting prostitution and 1 count of soliciting prostitution from a person under 18. He served 13 months of an 18-month sentence. He was famously granted work release, allowing him to leave jail for up to 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, to work at his private office in West Palm Beach. He was required to register as a level 3 sex offender. The FBI and victims' advocates later criticized this sweetheart deal because it included a non-prosecution agreement that granted immunity to his potential co-conspirators. Now, when I said questions it's not asked, did he agree to this? Did he did he tell people? Did he tell the feds? And this is kind of what you have to understand here, folks. Did Jeffrey Epstein tell the feds, hey, if you prosecute me, I'll spill everything, and I've got names and places and photos. Again, there's something not right with this here. And I'm not necessarily a cynic. I don't believe in conspiracies, but if by extension you see what's going on now with, well, we released the file, we didn't release all of them, well, there are some redactions, there are some improper redactions. Now, frankly, for me, I don't care who it brings down. Trump, Clinton, Joe Biden, George Bush, Bill Gates, you couldn't pay me to care less. Flush all the cockroaches out. I don't care. But what is the culpability that the feds have in basically walking away from this guy in 2008? Once again, the FBI and victims' advocates later criticized the sweetheart deal because it included a non-prosecution agreement and granted immunity to his potential co-conspirators. Kids, I'm telling you, that there is, I don't know if we'll ever. Now, does that mean Trump is on the list or this guy? No, nobody knows. Because the feds let him walk. Now, could they have gotten a conviction? I don't know. But they probably said, oh, geez, we cannot have this guy get on a witness stand. And I guess sometimes crimes are like that. Like, hey, you give me the deal I want, or I'll spill everything. And again, this is the kind of thing where it makes people wonder. Remember the whole meme for a while? Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself. I don't know. I don't mean to make light of that. But again, there are aspects of this story that neither side, Democrat or Republican, trust me. You know how many people would, and God help the victims here, you know how many people wish this whole thing would just go the freak away? Because they know, again, this is a nuclear bomb. And speaking of questions, I'll segue to this. I got a couple of other things here, but we'll get to that tomorrow. I'll segue to this. And I'm going to be very careful how I handle this because it is something I have mentioned before, that for some reason, and I've talked to law enforcement people about this on this very show, in fact, who agree with me that there are questions asked that are never answered. Worldwide news here, New York Post, 18-year-old Jesse Van Rutselaar ID'd as the transgender ex-student behind a Tumbler Ridge mass shooting in Canada. The high school dropout who killed his mother and stepbrother before killing 6 people in a British Columbia high school has been ID'd as 18-year-old transgender ex-student Jesse Van Rutselaar. The horrifying attack, one of the deadliest shootings in Canadian history, began Tuesday at a home in the sleepy rural community of Tumbler Ridge in the Western Province, continued at Tumbler Ridge Secondary School, where authorities say Van Rutselaar died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Now, you can yell and scream at me all you want. You hear a lot of these shooters. There's been at least 4 or 5 of these we can remember here. The notion is they're transgender. Now, a lot of journalistic outlets won't mention that. You'll get people, and I know in this business, you'll get people who'll say, well, the fact that they pulled a gun wearing a pants or a dress or whether they were presenting as a man or woman, that doesn't make a difference. Well, does it or does it not? And my question is this. And I've even spoke to some friends of mine who are pretty progressive, and they agree with me on this too. What medications were they on? And again, I'm not dancing at anybody's grave here. But these are questions that are never asked, let alone answered. I mean, do you ever sit and wonder, well, sometimes these people have mental health challenges. All right, sometimes, and we generally hear about that if we're dealing with, regular cisgender, I guess they call it. I don't even know what the lingo is now, but we hear about it if somebody's on drugs there. But you ask yourself, and I had a friend of mine who was she doesn't do it anymore, but she was a reporter of some note in the area. She said to me once, she goes, they never talk about whether or not. Now, you can't because of HIPAA laws. And I've been told that, and I suspected that a family will never endorse the release of that, let alone give people, remember, they don't have to give law enforcement any accounting as to what they were on, but when someone who is professed to be of a transgender presence shoots and kills someone, my immediate thought is, were they on any dangerous antidepressants, antipsychotics, or as some people go through when they go through that, hormone therapy? It is, and I've talked to law enforcement people who've said that would be helpful if we knew that. But then I guess then the doctor could get sued or what, and I guess they still could be. But again, it's just one of those things. Think about, sadly, and again, I know what you're going to say. Well, a lot of mass murders and mass shooters are not transgender. Yes, you're right. You're 100% right. But shouldn't clinicians want to know who treat these people, whether or not, just perhaps? Now, whether it may get back to them, I don't know. But that's where my mind goes on this. Was there any introduction of something in that person's therapy that maybe we should no longer be doing? I don't know. Just a thought. And again, people in my business, there's no way they will look at that because they will then be branded as transphobic. Traffic and weather together right here as we wrap it up on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour, Greenwich through Fairfield on the 825 connector. Northbound, an accident remains at exit 1D. On the Parkway northbound, residual delays in Norwalk, Westport, and Fairfield from earlier issues that have been cleared. And out of New Haven, 95 South, you're jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 20s. Tomorrow, sunny and windy with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. All your roles, fill them sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Just closing out a final text message here. Going back to our thoughts today as to why nothing ever changes in the state. Now, some things obviously change, but like I said, the big issues never really get resolved in the state. Somebody said, how about term limits? Well, yeah, and I used to be on a federal and state level, I used to be a big anti-term limit person. I used to think, well, if somebody wants to elect somebody 30 times, they should be able to. I can't do that anymore. I can't. Because on both ends, you get the process so convoluted that you can't get a challenger. And frankly, you've got a lot of voters who, as long as they recognize the name, they'll vote for that person. Not good. Chris, thank you. Folks, we are back tomorrow at 2.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Stacey Lynn. In Tucson, Arizona, there's an extensive search for Nancy Guthrie, who disappeared 11 days ago. CBS's Andres Gutierrez describes the scene.
There are agents, hundreds of them, that are found out in Nancy's neighborhood, the Catalina Foothills. It's about 30 minutes north of the sheriff's office. In fact, you notice that some of the support staff here at the sheriff's office were packing some water and snacks, bringing them up to those agents that are on the ground there.
Authorities believe she was abducted. Surveillance video shows a person in a ski mask and gloves at her door the night she went missing.